Assalamu alaikum. I don't know if anyone heard me. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. We're going to get our Palestine teaching started. My name is Alia Yusufi, and I'm the Senior Policy Coordinator at the Council on American Islamic Relations LA office. As many of you know, Cair is the largest Muslim-led nonprofit civil rights advocacy organization, and we have offices nationwide. So why are we here today? As you all know, it's been over a month since the attack started on October 7th and the violent siege on the people of Gaza. For now, we're ending our 5th week, and it's a very heavy time for everybody in this room. And so this is an opportunity for us to gather as community to check in with each other, and then also to take this opportunity to channel that grief into better advocacy. Into better advocacy and increasing our knowledge about the situation, and really arming ourselves with the tools that we need in order to combat this situation and to urge and pressure our elected officials and the broader American community to see the reality of the situation that is happening in Gaza and Palestine, not just over the course of the last month, but historically as well. So I want to welcome everybody. We have, of course, many brothers and sisters from the Muslim community, but also from the non-Muslim community. We appreciate you being here, taking the time on a Sunday to educate yourselves, to be in this conversation with us, to learn, and then hopefully to influence your circles, social circles, employment circles, school circles, with some of the knowledge, inshallah, that you'll be gaining here today. So with that, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I am going to ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bless this gathering, to give our speakers here today the ability to give us the knowledge that we need in this moment. And I will be introducing each of them. We have a really amazing panel with us to talk to us about the history of Palestine, and also providing us with the Jewish perspective of anti-Zionism versus anti-Semitism. And then, of course, Brother Hussam Ayloush here to talk about how we can be better advocates on this particular issue. So the first speaker that I'm going to be introducing is Professor Mahmood Ibrahim. He'll be speaking to us about the importance of understanding the history of Palestine and its relevance to the current crisis. Professor Ibrahim is a professor emeritus of Cal Poly Pomona. He is a specialist in the history of the Middle East and North Africa, currently conducting research on the natural and environmental history of the province of Damascus during the early Mamluk period, along with a research project across the Mediterranean Sea that will produce a biography of the chief Qadi of Seville during the Almoravid period, Abu Bakr ibn al-Arabi al-Ma'firi. He was the 2016 recipient of the George Hart Award for service at Cal Poly Pomona and is the recipient of several Fulbright Awards. Our second speaker is Daniel Segal. He is a professor and activist for Jewish Voice for Peace. He'll be discussing the difference between anti-Semitism versus anti-Zionism. And he, as we clearly have seen across California, New York, and across the nation, our Jewish brothers and sisters have been at the forefront of this fight with us. And from leading protests to getting arrested in LA and New York City, individuals like Dan Segal have been our strongest allies during this crisis. Dan Segal is a proud anti-Zionist Jew who's here to help us understand that anti-Semitism is not the same thing as criticizing Israel. Dan is Jean M. Pitzer Professor Emeritus of Anthropology and Professor Emeritus of History at Pitzer College of the Claremont Colleges. He is a member of the Academic Advisory Council of Jewish Voice for Peace and a faculty advisor in Claremont for Students for Justice in Palestine. This past May, he co-led with a Palestinian colleague a study tour to the West Bank for 14 faculty and students from the Claremont colleges. And then, last but not least, our third speaker will be Hussam Ayloush, the Executive Director of Cair LA and Chief Executive Officer of Cair California. He will be discussing with us how to effectively take action today. Hussam Ayloush has been a lifelong human rights and democracy activist for causes here and abroad. Through the years, Brother Hussam has been a strong advocate on behalf of the people of Palestine, and he will discuss his expertise on the best practices for advocating. I'll cut it short there because I want to give everybody enough time to speak, even though I could keep going on. So with that, we'll start with our first panelist, which is Professor Mahmood.
Assalamu alaikum. What do I do with the slide? Okay, do I advance them? It's okay, this is fine. Once again, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Mahmood Ibrahim. I'm a Palestinian. Maybe I'll have this first slide. This is what I think maybe it'd be nice if we have something to advance the slide by myself. But where is the advancement? Anybody? So I prepared a slide presentation, a PowerPoint, with maps of the Near East, of Palestine, so that you can see the geographic and historical context. Okay, so while we are resolving the technical difficulties, so I am the nightmare that you probably all of you see on the television screen, children dying and children being born at the middle of this catastrophic events. Well, I was one of those children who was born during the catastrophic Nakba, when my town, Jimzu, was forcibly ethnically cleansed on July 11 and 12, 1948. So the nightmare that I lived is of the children dying and the children being born. Many of the children being born are born orphans. Their parents have died, mother or father. So the real trauma of war continued for 75 years. I feel the Nakba. I am a product. My upbringing is of the Nakba. Imagine now all those who were born in Gaza or being born in the West Bank for another 75 years of Nakba. So this has to stop. It has to stop right now. So in the Palestine, as we know it, of course, has different geographic configurations. Palestine, so by the way, that is my father who drew a map of Jimzu from his memory in 1990, after it has been destroyed by the Israelis in 1950. By 1950, nearly 535 villages, Palestinian villages, were destroyed altogether because they did not want the Palestinians to come back. And that is the real danger today. In Israel, demanding that people in North Gaza go to the south and push them into the Sinai. This is the real ethnic cleansing in practice. And so pushing the Palestinians into the Sinai will be their final destination. They will not be allowed back. Same thing what happens here. Do not allow them back, destroy the villages. And so, indeed, my father, I would have been born in one of those towns, in one of those households. Dar Muhammad Ibrahim Isa Al Jamal. But I did not. I was born, my mother was 7 months pregnant when she was pushed out of Jimzo. So I was born on the way. I was born actually in a Quaker hospital, a field hospital, like they're proposing to do right now. for the Palestinians in northern Gaza, a field hospital that was set up by the Quakers in the American Friends School in Ramallah. That is on my family's way to Jericho, where the camps were set up there by the UNRWA, United Nations Relief Work Agency. And I lived my first 2 years in those camps in Aqba Jabr. Luckily, my father was a skilled worker, and he was a miller. Because Jimzu was a town, prosperous town. It grew bananas, olives, oranges, all kinds of cereals. It had goats, cows, sheep, etc. It was at a very strategic location, very fertile soil, and my family was a family of skilled laborers. The olive trees made my family soap makers. You know, in Palestine, we make our own soap. And so my grandfather was a soap maker. I even helped him make soap before I came to this country. So that's what we did afterwards. My father had his first job in 1952 as a steady job. And that's the only reason why we did not continue to live in Aqbat Jabr, in Jericho. There are some people of my relatives who are still in Aqbat Jabr refugee camp. But the process, because my father came to the United States in 1956, and he eventually became the sheikh of the Palestinian community in New York. And this map he drew is now in the Museum of the Arab American Museum in Dearborn, Michigan. Move on, please. Next. So that's Jimzu in central Palestine, as it was already in the 1948. You can see Jimzu there with the underlined blue, and it's very close to Lidda and to Ramla. What I want to show you is that, tell you that the lands of Jimzu, Daniel, and Annaba, which are close to, have been transformed to Mexico Park. We call it Park Mexique. Why? Because all the town was demolished, and then wealthy Mexican Jews donated saplings and trees to camouflage the area of Jimzu. And they called it Park Mexique. On the corner where I am actually right there, there are 3 villages, Amwas, Yalo, and Beit Nuba, right there. You see them, Amwas, Beit Nuba, and Yalo. They were destroyed in 1967, razed to the ground, and a landscaper came in, and they made it into Canada Park. Okay? 3 villages destroyed to the ground as Canada Park. Next slide. So this is Palestine from space. Next slide. This is the 18th century. That is 1800 and above, the 19th century. Syria, Palestine, Lebanon, all the Eastern Mediterranean was part of the Ottoman Empire. Okay? The Ottoman Empire has been in existence since 1291. Yeah? So 1,000 years almost. So the 19th century was a time when the Ottoman Empire needed to great reform. Reform in terms of education, reforms in terms of economy, reforms in terms of military, etc., etc., etc. Next slide. These are the administrative divisions, I hope you can see, of the coastal areas of Syria. And so Jerusalem at the bottom. Then Sanjak Sanjak is a district, or a sub-district actually, Nahiye and Vilayet. This is after the 1858 Vilayet law of the Ottoman Empire. This is how so you can see how Palestine is not exactly the way we know it today. Okay? So next slide, please. And the divisions, by the way, are not new. I mean, even in the 9th century, during the Abbasid period, the golden age of Islam, the Levant was divided in a similar way. Jund meaning a district of Palestine, Jund of Al-Urdun, Jund of Qinasrin, all oriented towards the sea, right? Because of the trade relations that are going between East and West into the Mediterranean. You can see Antioch at the top. Antioch, Antakya, that was the terminal point of the Silk Route that came all the way from China. So it's therefore the orientation is toward the sea. Next slide, please. The importance of Palestine grew phenomenally when the Suez Canal was opened in the 1879, 1880. It cut down the travel between England and India by so much, as you can see. So any contiguous territory to that canal became very, very significant. Next, please. So we are now around 1914, the beginning of World War I. The Allies, that is England and France, were actually themselves competing for influence in the territories of the Ottoman Empire. Okay? And so, while the war was being waged in 1914, the foreign ministers of England and France, Sykes and Picot, Monsieur Picot, came together and secretly divided the Middle East between themselves. The Sykes-Picot Agreement, 1916. In secret, by the way, while they were promising the Hashemite family that they will set them up as kings, they will cooperate, etc., etc. By 1917, next slide, please, the Foreign Secretary of England gives a promise to the Zionist movement that had just been founded maybe like 20 years earlier, a promise for England to help the Zionist movement establish a Jewish state in Palestine. Again, this was done without the consultation of the Jewish community, and the large Jewish community, whether in Palestine or outside. It was done without the consultation of the indigenous population. And so they divided the country between themselves. Go ahead and the next slide. And England, of course, wins the mandate and begins to implement the Balfour Declaration. One of the first victories of the Zionist movement was to include the Balfour Declaration in the charter of the British Mandate, which made it incumbent upon the British to implement the Balfour Declaration. Loss for the Palestinians, but a gain for the Zionists. And that was in 1922. So between 1922, you can see the immigration or the total population of Palestine, how it developed from 1882, and I will go back to that in a minute, all the way to 1947. 630,000 by 1947. Nearly 50% of the population. Okay? And only about 6.7% of the surface area of Palestine was owned by the Jews, despite the encouragement of the British, despite the encouragement of the Jewish Agency, and despite the poverty and the policies of the British that will force the peasants to sell their land. Only 6.7% of Palestine was owned by the Jews. Next slide, please. There was a slide that's missing here. Maybe next slide. Okay, go back. So, go back one more slide. Something happened here. Oh, okay, the slide there I didn't see. Sorry, because they said that they changed the style. Here. And this is how Palestine comes to be. Because Part of it will be under the zone of influence of England. Others will be part of the zone of influence of France to the north. And in the middle is what? Is an international control. The British are very smart when it comes to their strategy for imperialism. They made it international. So within a couple of years, of course, England will take over the whole territory and says they are responsible for everything. So here's Palestine is being created by treaties of people who have nothing to do with the area. They have not even occupied the area at the time when they divided this amongst themselves or when they gave the Balfour Declaration. All right, so next slide. Next slide. Maybe another slide? No, I wanted a slide to show, because I wanted to talk about 1882, and that's why I started with the population in 1882, because the 19th century, as far as Jews were concerned, had a dichotomy or a conflict. From the beginning of the 18th century, in Western Europe, okay, Western Europe like Germany, maybe, and West, sorry, this is my phone. Somebody's at the door. Western Jews were increasingly secularized, especially after the French Revolution. Secular associations, more like nationalism, feelings of belonging to people of the same nation. Sorry, but I can't even silence it. This is on a silencer. But in Eastern Europe, in 1882, and before that, it was actually an era of pogroms for Jews. So East European Jews were forced to migrate to Western Europe. And that dichotomy, the secular Jews versus the religious Jews who had just recently immigrated into Western Europe, was the ticklish point, so to speak, that eventually led to the emergence of Zionism. Herzl, the founder of Zionism, his idea is that the Jews are indigestible. I'm quoting him. And so he says the Jews are indigestible in society, and therefore they have to have a state of their own. Okay? He was not talking about himself. He was talking about the Eastern European Jews who, with long hair and locks and still not secularized. So he wanted to ship them off to a place where they can be having their own state. Uganda was proposed, Argentina was proposed, Eastern Libya was proposed. But of course, the connection between Judaism and Palestine, it became natural after 1902 that Zionism wants to establish a state in Palestine, regardless of the fact that the area is inhabited. Jimzu, by the way, my town, is in existence, or was in existence until 1948, ever since 700 BCE. Okay? It is mentioned in the Bible, Chronicles 28:18. Jimzu was a center of a cluster of villages that had been raided and occupied by the Philistines in the age of Ahaz and Tiglath-Pileser the Assyrian. 700 years BC. That's like almost 3,000 years ago. And on and on and on. The population, of course, changed and religions changed. From 1500 onward, Jimzo was a Muslim town in the same spot. So the map that I wanted to show earlier is that of the expulsion of Jews within Europe. Okay, from 1100 all the way to 1600, Jews were expelled from one place to another. They go from one place to another within Europe if they don't come into the Ottoman Empire or come to the Maghreb, North Africa, where the Muslims welcome them. So Zionism is informed by that history. It's not informed by the history of Jews amongst the Muslims or Jews amongst the Arabs. It's informed by the presence of Jews in a hostile society, European society, feudal society, that discriminated against them because they were Jews. And that's anti-Semitism. Okay? So maybe some other time. All right. From 1922 onward, we begin to have the British government facilitating the establishment of a Jewish state. And the biggest problem so far would be in 1929. There, and that year, there were disturbances in Hebron. Like today, there are still disturbances in Hebron. The presence of Vladimir Jabotinsky. Jabotinsky was the person who is responsible for what was known as revisionist Zionism. Until that time, there was, Zionists could be, they were secular, and they could perhaps maybe find a way of cooperation with the local population. But by the time Jabotinsky arrived, it's either us or them, and Israel is a land that is dissected by the Jordan River. It's not bordered by the Jordan River, is dissected by the border, by the Jordan River. So that's what is revisionist Zionism. An iron wall has to be between us and them. There is no one of the Palestinians among the other Zionists that will follow should remain in Palestine. Ethnic cleansing becomes the order of their success. All right? As a matter of fact, one of their scholars, Benny Morris, says that it was not done enough in 1948 to ethnic cleanse Palestinians, because there are at least 1 million or so Palestinians still living in the Galilee. All right, so 1929, 1931, it becomes clear that Zionists are there for a state, and eventually the tension begins to amount within Palestine, corresponding also to the tensions in Europe with the rise of the Nazis. And we know the Nazis and their anti-Semitic campaigns and their pogroms and their attacks begins to drive the Jewish population out of Germany. A lot of them really didn't want to come to Palestine, but they couldn't go anywhere else. So they came to Palestine. And so you can see the numbers rising. By 1936, the Palestinians were alarmed. And that's when they revolted against the British, the 1936-39 revolt. Izz-ad-Din al-Qassam, that's where you hear the word Qassam Brigade. Izz-ad-Din al-Qassam was responsible for the first revolt against the British. The British had to bring in 100,000 British troops to quell the disturbances, quote unquote. Jewish militias were being formed, and they also participated in quelling the disturbances. All right? And so the British were alarmed, said, what are we going to do? So they appointed a commission of inquiry, as if they did not know. And so this was the Peel Commission. Go back to one. The Peel Commission, by 1938-39, they recommend to partition this country into two. The green part, the fertile land, is for the Jews, and the rest is for the Arabs. And a corridor, international corridor, will go to Jerusalem. Of course, this was not accepted, and it did not go through. This was a drawback to the next slide, please. The partition plan of 1947. By that time, more Jews had come in. The Holocaust had become well known, and Jews had arrived to Palestine for so many hundreds of thousands. And England said, I don't know what to do with this issue. I want the United Nations to take care of it. So the United Nations eventually recommended partition of the Palestine into these areas. The yellow is for the Arabs, and the blue is for the Jews. Once again, The anomaly of this partition is that the Jews you saw there, 1947, 603,000, they were given 55% of the country. One more anomaly is that in the Jewish state, 49% of the population is Arab. So how can, it's just like unfathomable, this kind of division. وَإِنَّهَا لَقِسْمَةٌ ضِيزَى, as the Quran says. So it was rejected, which led to the conflagration of 1948. And that's when my town was forcibly evacuated on 11 June, because my town was part of the Arab state. Okay? My town was part of the Arab state. Okay. So, next slide, please. So this is the West Bank. The red dots that you see are the towns that had been demolished between 1948 and 1950. So that the Palestinians, 770,000 who were forcibly evacuated, like my town, Jimzo, we will not be able to come back to. And if they come back to, there is nothing they come back to at all. Go ahead, next. So this is the West Bank again. Go ahead. West Bank and Gaza, just to give you a geography. Go ahead. In 1967, there was a war, 6-day war, and Israel came to occupy all these territories. By 73, next slide, the October War basically changed issues, and we have the 1970s and 1980s, which is filled with the October War, of course, the Camp David agreements between Carter and Begin and Sadat. We had the first invasion of Lebanon, 78, the second invasion of Lebanon in 1982 with Sabra and Shatila massacres. I went to Zaid University to teach in 1985 in the middle of what is known as the Iron Fist policy. And I witnessed what that means, the Iron Fist policy. By the end of the decade, actually, I had just given a lecture. I was in the United States. I had just given a lecture in Amsterdam because we had some kind of mutual agreement between Birzeit and Amsterdam University. And I'm on my way home when the first Intifada started. I was chair of the Department of History at Birzeit, and eventually we had to teach for about 2 years underground. And we fulfilled our mission. So the first Intifada started December 9th, 1987, and continued. By September, Hamas is born. And you have to know that Hamas comes out of the Muslim Brotherhood organization. The Muslim Brotherhood is an activist organization, is a community organization. It was founded in 1927 in the Suez Canal city of Ismailiyah to take care of the poor and wretched Egyptians who were working for the canal for low wages or corvée labor. So it was an activist, medical, educational, agricultural, and even small loans. That's what the Muslim Brotherhood was, all together until 1948, when the British assassinated its leader, Hassan al-Banna, 1947. And of course, from that time, it changed into an activist, politically activist organization, an Islamist organization. Hamas is likewise, it's a community organization. It has hospitals, it has communication, it has all kinds of things, but it also has a military wing. Almost like the Irish Republican Army and the Sinn Féin, a political organization and a military organization. Go ahead, next slide. So the 1990s, because of the first Intifada, brought us the Oslo process. Next slide, please. And so the Oslo process, there was opposition to it amongst Palestinians. There was opposition to it, of course, amongst Israelis. But the opposition to it amongst Palestinians stems from the fact that it is going to divide the West Bank. So the green lines, the green areas, are the Palestinian areas, and they are incontiguous. That is, they don't touch each other. To go from one territory to another, you have to ask for Israeli permission. Absolutely incomprehensible to make it this way. The light green is of mixed area, meaning that Israel controls that. Area C, which is the biggest area, is under direct control of Israel. And so the result of this, rather than hopes for peace, I must admit I was a supporter of the process. But it turns out that, go ahead, next slide. This is what happened. Settlements, these dots are the settlements. Continue to build settlements. They now continue to build settlements. And that means taking a land away from the Palestinian people for their own use. Their resources, everything is being taken over. And this one here, you can see how the shaded green and the disconnection between Palestinian territories. So they're being hemmed in not only by bypass roads that are not allowed, Palestinians are not allowed to travel on, but also by the wall. Next slide. You can see the disappearing Palestine. 100% to about 10%. So 90% of the territory has already been gobbled up by Israel. Next slide, please. This is the wall that I'm talking about. We'll call it the apartheid wall because it separates communities, separates from the hospitals, separates communities from their fields, etc. Next slide, please. So here's Gaza. Gaza is a small territory, 41 kilometers long, 7 miles, 6 miles wide. But 2.5 million people live there. The greater majority of them are refugees. And the greater majority of them right now are children. Next slide, please. Next slide. So Israelis crafted this term called mowing the lawn. Mowing the lawn. So the Israelis have attacked Gaza already in the 21st century 5 times. First time is in 2008. That is known as the Massacre of Gaza or Operation Cast Lead. About 2,000 people killed. Several thousand were injured. The second one is in 2012. Lasted what? 8 days. All right? 2012 was directly to prevent negotiations with the Palestinian Authority because the Palestinian Authority and Hamas reached a national unity agreement. Number 3 was in 2014. And number 4 was 2021. That's the Aqsa when they began to storm the Aqsa during Ramadan and where they are going to ethnically cleanse Sheikh Jarrah. The Hamas made an ultimatum and eventually fired rockets at Israel, and eventually we have the same back and forth. The fifth, of course, is the current onslaught on Gaza. It is ongoing. It is devastating. It is right now, as we speak, the hospitals of Shifa and Al-Quds are being attacked. Okay? And they have already shut down 26 of 38 hospitals in Gaza. So the situation is dire. And the onslaught is relentless. And I ask actually at the end, oh, go ahead. We don't need that anymore. Go all the way to the part. Will there be peace? I believe, incredibly, yes. We need peace. We shall call for peace. We shouldn't only ask for a ceasefire, but we should ask to revive the two-state solution because it's clear that we need to separate and we need to have our own state, independent, sovereign state, so that we can live in peace and in dignity and sovereignty, so that we stop this nonsense of pulverizing Gaza every few years or so, killing thousands of innocents and breeding more resistance, more vociferous and determined grass, if you want, because to continue with the metaphor of mowing the lawn. Okay? The Israelis must stop. And here, the United States is the culprit, is the head of the snake, because Joe Biden and the Secretary of State can say to these people, stop. They can. And they're still sending them arms, sending them more munitions, sending them precision-guided bombs, and $14 billion more to purchase weaponry so that they can dump it over the heads of Palestinians. This is unacceptable. So we have to have, I leave this for Hussam, but we have to have the activists who demand a ceasefire, but also demand a solution, a real solution for this problem, and that would be a two-state solution. Thank you very much. I'll be very happy to answer questions later.
Thank you so much. As you, I think this went out. Okay. We have a true Palestinian historian here with us today, so I just want to take 10 minutes before our next speaker starts speaking to take any questions from the audience that you might have about the history of Palestine, or things that you all have encountered, and perhaps conversations about the history of Palestine with others who may not be informed about this issue. So, or do we have any questions?
Assalamu alaikum. Jazakallah khair. I have a question regarding the mouthpieces of Israel. Always, when people say you're an apartheid state, they say, no, we have more than 1 million Arabs inside Israel. So I want to ask, how did these Arabs stay and become Israeli? What is the history behind it?
So if I understood your question, you're asking about the Arab community within Israel, right? So it varied, by the way. Until 1956, they were under military rule. From 1948 until 1956, they were under military rule. Actually, until 1967, they were under military rule. I'm thinking of 1956 because 1956 was a massacre that the Israeli army perpetrated against a village called Kufr Qasim. But after 1967, they began to move. Okay, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they have full freedom. Of course, yes, indeed, there is right now members of the Knesset who are Palestinians. All right, that's okay, fine. However, the issue is with the Palestinian community itself, the villages, the towns, in terms of the budget that they get, in terms of the services from the state that they get, all of that is much, much reduced, if there is any. In Israel right now, there are commissions to study, okay, if you applied for housing somewhere, if you're a Palestinian, they will reject you on the basis of being Palestinian. These are the commissions that were set up for that particular reason. Particularly right now, it is distressing. The word is coming out, teachers are being fired, students are being dismissed, doctors, nurses, the healthcare system in Israel relies, maybe like 30 to 40% are Palestinians. They are being threatened right now because of any social media that is supportive of resistance or supportive of Palestinians is considered a threat to the state. They are implementing things that are like thought police in this current atmosphere and this current government. So yes, indeed, there is people who participate, but in the community level, there is that denial of services, denial of budget, denial of equality, etc., etc.
Assalamu alaikum. Testing, do you hear me now? Okay. So I have 2 questions. My first question is how do we know what charity service can be effective for helping Gaza? Because as we all know, there's a blockade on Gaza. So how do we know which charity organization can actually take aid into Gaza? And my second question is, as we know, as Americans, we're taxed, and our tax money is going to Israel. Is there any way to combat this? Thank you.
I'm just going to hold that question. I think we'll have Hussam address that when it's his time to talk, but we'll stick to kind of more historical questions for Professor Ibrahim. Come around this way.
Assalamu alaikum. I've been in some of the rallies going on around in LA area and other areas, and one of the chants is no, we don't want 2 states, we want 48. Okay, and I think this is something that is a hot debate right now. Like for example, when people put on the sign from the river to the sea, and is this considered anti-Semitic, or what do you want to do with the Jews in Israel, and so on, so on. So I personally, not that I don't love peace, I love peace and wish there is peace, but I don't see how you can have 2 states in Palestine right now. It's actually like, I'm an engineer, and one of the things I tried to do when I was very little is to draw a map to divide Palestine in a certain way. It is impossible. It is impossible to have a comprehensible way to have connection, for example, between the 2 states, north and south, and east and west, and also what you do with Jerusalem. It's impossible. In my opinion, it's impossible. So why nobody is talking about what happened in South Africa? When South Africa apartheid regime is over, they came up with a new country where people were still living together in a certain way. Maybe it's difficult in the beginning, but with time, people can learn how to live together. If you are asking 2 enemy countries to live together, you can also teach people to live together within the same country.
Well, thank you very much for your comment. You know, it is an issue that divided us, and the Israelis won. Or when we started debating each other whether we want 1 state or 2 states. Heck, we're not getting even a state to go in to get a 1 state. We're not even getting a sliver of a territory. We need our nationhood as Palestinians to be established so we can move forward. We need our state so that we can feel sovereign, that we can feel our identity, that we can be proud of ourselves as Palestinians and hold a passport that says you're from Palestine, independent and sovereign. In that small sliver of territory, that's fine. No, I have a long view. I'm a historian. I studied the Near East from the get-go. From the Stone Age until today, people change, things change, circumstances improve, they get worse, people change. I want to give you an example in Europe, Czechoslovakia. You guys know Czechoslovakia is now 2 countries. How did they become 2 countries? They voted each other out. By vote, they became 2 countries. And conceivably, if they were 2 countries, they can become 1 country again. And so there's a great deal of affinity between Jews and Muslims, Jews and Christians, Israelis and Palestinians. There's a lot. Believe me, there's a lot. It just needs the Zionist factor, the racist factor, to be gotten rid of. Okay? That's for Jews. A lot really is Jewish responsibility, especially in Israel, to examine their views, examine their conscience, and come back to humanity again rather than superiority or Jewish supremacy. But for the two state or one state, we can debate that until, I don't know. But really, that's how they won, because we started saying, oh, we want one state, and the other said, no, 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 two state, oh, one state, two state, one state, two state, and the settlements continue to be built. Let's be decisive. We want an independent Palestinian state in the West Bank and Gaza now.
Thank you so much. So with that, we're going to segue to our next speaker, Professor Segal. Take it away.
Thank you so much, and thank you for inviting me here, Cair, and thanks everybody for being here. Thank you again for a terrific historical presentation. I want to speak today as both a historian and as a Jew. And what I want to do is to affirm, without any qualification, that if you say that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, you're making a serious conceptual or intellectual error, and along with it being conceptual garbage, it is both grievously, it's a conceptual error, but it is particularly a conceptual error that is grievously unjust and harmful to Palestinians, harmful to justice, and also, I would submit, harmful to Jews. Let's define our terms, and I'll start with Zionism. And this echoes what you've just heard. Zionism names the project of creating a sovereign state for Jews, and not for Jews among others, but a sovereign state specifically and especially for Jews. And let's make explicit what that means logically. It is a project to make and sustain a sovereign state, and this is what a Zionist state is. It's a state in which Jews count more than non-Jews. It is a sovereign state that privileges Jews and discriminates against non-Jews. This relationship to Jews and non-Jews is unquestionably the case for Israel. Israel is a Zionist state, and I want to give one example of this. The Israeli state rules something like 7 million Palestinians. As we've just heard and came out of the question, of the 7 million Palestinians, the nearly 2 million who live inside the 48 borders have citizenship. However, Israel's basic nationality law states the following. Israel is not a state for its citizens. Israel is a state for the Jewish people everywhere, whether citizens or not. So that the 2 million who are citizens, the 2 million Palestinians who live within the 48 borders, have citizenship, but the basic nationality law says the state isn't for them. Imagine as an analogy, and of course that means that they live as profoundly second-class citizens. So we have a state that says we are not a state for our citizens, but for the Jewish people, which means that its non-Jewish citizens, those 2 million Palestinians, are not what the state exists for or is responsible for serving. And they are discriminated against in all sorts of ways. They cannot buy land, et cetera, in most of Israel. And let us recognize that the 5 million non-citizens who are living in East Jerusalem, Gaza, and the West Bank are worse than second-class citizens in terms of their status under Israeli rule. They basically are denied freedom and basic human rights. That is what a Zionist state is. And let this sink in. Imagine the United States had a law, and I think this is a good analogy, that said, the United States is not a state. It does not exist. It's not a sovereign state for its citizens. It's really a state for the Christian people or for the white people. That is the analogy that helps us understand what Zionism is and what a Zionist state is. It's a state for the Jewish people, and it's not even a state for its non-Jewish citizens. So this is the main point. Zionism is a project of creating and sustaining a state for Jews, a state, a sovereign country in which Jews are more than others and non-Jews are less than others, and specifically less than others in terms of their political rights and in terms of their human rights. In its initial moments, so the late 1800s, Zionism, and again, Zionism debated the geographic location of this Zionist state that would privilege Jews and discriminate against non-Jews. But since the very end of the 1800s and the early 1900s, Zionism selected Palestine as the site of that Jewish supremacist or Zionist state. And so for the last 120 plus years, Zionism has been a project of establishing and sustaining a Jewish supremacist state in Palestine. And that means for the last 120 years, Zionism has been a project of establishing a Jewish supremacist state at the expense of Palestinians, at the expense of Palestinian basic rights, and at the expense of Palestinian lives. As the great Palestinian intellectual Edward Said put this in 1979 in a brilliant essay, Palestinians have been Zionism's most direct and its continuing victims throughout the existence of Zionism, throughout the existence of the Zionist state over 75 years. Now, if you understand that what Zionism is the creation of a state that will privilege Jews, a country that will privilege Jews at the expense of Palestinians, it thus makes as much sense for Palestinians to be anti-Zionists as it does for Jews to be against anti-Semitism. I have never met a Jew who accepts anti-Semitism. I have never met a Palestinian who accepts Zionism. We also expect and understand that Black Americans and Latinx Americans and Indigenous Americans abhor white racism. All of these make sense. And in each case, every person of conscience, every decent person should join them. And I want to say that it makes complete sense that Palestinians would reject Zionism, since Zionism is the creation of a state that at their expense, and they should be anti-Zionist, and every decent person should join them in being anti-Zionist. If anti-Zionism is a rejection of a supremacist state, and it's not an objection to the Jews, but an objection to the supremacism and the oppression, anti-Semitism is something very different. Anti-Semitism is a form of racism and hate. Anti-Semitism is a terrible thing. The mistaken, misleading claim that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism tells us that being anti-Zionist, tells us that supporting the Palestinian struggle for freedom and equality, it tells us it is something hateful and terrible. The purpose and effect of this mistaken claim is precisely to undermine and identify as hateful the Palestinian resistance, the Palestinian pursuit of equality and freedom. This is not a struggle against anti-Semitism. This is a weaponization of anti-Semitism in support of state supremacism. And this weaponization of anti-Semitism is a dishonest trick to block support for freedom and equality for Palestinians. So you say you are for something that we all should be for. Palestinians should have freedom, they should have full equality. And then they say anti-Semitic. It's an attempt to shut down what all decent people should be for. It is a shameful, indeed an evil conflation. And it's a shameful and indeed evil conflation in support of continued ethnic cleansing, continued apartheid. And in real time, as we are meeting here together in solidarity, that conflation, shutting down support for the Palestinian struggle for freedom and equality, in real time right now, it is also a conflation that is supporting ongoing genocide against the people in Gaza. And that is how terrible this conflation of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism is. Jews are a people. Judaism is a religion. Israel is a state that is the goal of Zionism. A state is not a religion. A state is not a people. To be against a state, as I am against the Zionist state, is not to be against a religion or a people. States are dense cloths of power. They should be criticized when they oppress people. They should be rejected when their foundation is to privilege some persons and give them more human rights and to deny human rights to other people. And they should be made to change before we accept their legitimacy. No state that is based on that premise that some people are more fully human than others is a legitimate state. All such states should be forced to change before we grant them legitimacy. The current Israeli state is an apartheid state and an ethnic cleansing state, at this moment a genocidal state. It is no more legitimate than South Africa when it was an apartheid state, no more legitimate than the United States when it was a slave state. All of these things delegitimate a state, and it is our obligation to oppose them and to demand that they change before we accept their legitimacy. Again, anti-Semitism is hate against Jews or Judaism. Anti-Zionism is opposition to an oppressive supremacist state. There is no common element or overlap between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. To conflate them is a profound and shoddy intellectual error, and it's a profound and shoddy intellectual error in the service of oppression, specifically the oppression of Palestinians. And I want to add, we don't have any evidence that anti-Semitism lies behind anti-Zionism. As a proud Jew, I have had the privilege of visiting Palestine, first in the summer of 2018, and then in May of this year in 2023. I think every Palestinian I encountered in Palestine was, like myself, an anti-Zionist. But that said, I want to be clear, I encountered no anti-Semitism in Palestine. I encountered no hostility towards Jews or Judaism, no hostility towards me as a proud Jew. Let me repeat that, none. In 2018, I had the profound privilege of visiting the gorgeous and inspiring, I think, regardless of your faith, I had the profound privilege of visiting the Dome of the Rock Mosque. I was greeted and given a tour by one of the leaders of the Mosque Association. I was welcomed by him as a Jew. Similarly, for several decades, I have been active in Palestinian solidarity groups in the United States. And again, in none of those contexts, now going back decades, have I ever experienced any hostility to me as a Jew or toward my Jewish faith. And I thank Muslim and Arab and Palestinian comrades who I've worked with for decades. There's, given how often they have been abused in the name of a Jewish state, the generosity with which I have been welcomed for decades in Palestinian solidarity is radical love, and it's deeply inspiring, and it's appreciated. At the same time, I have to say, as someone who has lived his life in a large U.S. Jewish family and in the U.S. Jewish community more broadly, honesty requires that I say that among U.S. Jews, as among white Americans generally, Islamophobia, anti-Arab, and specifically anti-Palestinian bigotry are all quite common. We do need to deal with anti-Semitism. It's hate every time it shows up. But we have to acknowledge the prevalence of Islamophobia, anti-Arab, anti-Palestinian bigotry throughout white America, with no exception for Jewish America. I'm going to conclude with just two more comments. I don't want to go on too long. One, I think I've talked analytically about what I think Zionism is. I want to convey it also with a parable. Any person who is drowning, any person who flees oppression, if you're drowning in the sea, anywhere you find land or a lifeboat, as a human right, you have a right to pull yourself up into safety. And that's why we should open rather than shut the borders. But if you pull yourself up into safety when you're in the sea of oppression, as my grandfather was when he went to school as a 5-year-old boy in that part of Eastern Europe that you talked about, and had a brick thrown at his head and hit him here and left a scar that I could feel until he died in his 90s. And they screamed at him hateful things about Jews. Wherever he could find safety, he had a human right. He was an innocent child to pull himself up to safety. But if you pull yourself up to safety in Palestine and you push the people there off into the sea of injustice, a sea of unfreedom, and a sea of inequality, that is what's wrong, and that's what Zionism is. It's not that Jews took safety in Palestine. It's that they then took horrible attack on the indigenous population. And that parable, I think, captures what I was trying to say about Zionism. And the final thing I just want to say is we need to name the organizations and the several organizations that insist on perpetuating this misconception, this conceptual error that is so harmful to Palestinians and to justice. The ADL, supposedly the Anti-Defamation League, none of its statistics about anti-Semitism should be trusted. Why? Because they count what happened in Charlottesville, and that was anti-Semitism, but they also count the things I just said here today. And if you put them together and you say there's that many anti-Semitic incidents or that much anti-Semitic hate speech, your statistics are worthless. You may claim you're the Anti-Defamation League, but you are really the Apartheid Defense League. And we need to call the ADL out for what it is. The ADL is a hate group, and we have to, every time its statistics and claims about anti-Semitism are treated as credible, we have to insist that these are the most cooked numbers in the world, because all of their annual audit of anti-Semitism throws in together genuine anti-Semitism, which is hate, and anti-Zionism, which is radical love. And so the ADL is an institution that is not our friend, and it's an institution we have to call out. And I also want to, today acknowledge that this awful conflation of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism is behind the censure of Rashida Tlaib. She's accused of being an anti-Semite. I've had the privilege of meeting and speaking with her twice. It's unconscionable to suggest she's anti-Semitic. She is, like me, an anti-Zionist, and that's the only basis they had for saying she was anti-Semitic. And again, we've seen this used, for those of us in education, we've seen this used in recent days to shut down Students for Justice of Palestine at Brandeis, to shut down both Students for Justice in Palestine and Jewish Voice for Peace. So this conflation is, we're at a moment, historically we talk about the Red Scare, when before you could speak on a college campus or in public, you had to assure people you weren't a communist. And we are now in the midst of a new scare, where, before I can say that I am for Palestinian human rights, somebody will say to me, Hamas, do you condemn violence? How many times do you have to condemn violence? How many times do you have to assure people that you are not now, nor have you ever been a supporter of Hamas? It's an endless suspicion that is trying to shut down support for Palestinian rights. We have to push back against the scare. We have to push back against the conflation, insist on the academic freedom and speech rights to be anti-Zionist on our campuses and in public. And I think that is really crucial at this historical moment.
Want to thank Professor Segal again for that amazing speech and explanation about how harmful the conflation between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism is, and hopefully everyone has a better understanding of the terminology and how we can use that to fight that argument when it's posed to us. So with that, we do have some time for questions for Professor Segal or also Professor Ibrahim if there was a few that I didn't get to. You on hand.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Segal. Appreciate all your efforts. One question I had was, I was wondering, over the last 10 years or so, or 20 with social media, are the younger Jewish Americans understanding what's happening? Are you seeing people move towards the Jewish Voice for Peace? Or are you still seeing people set in their ways of thought?
So I'm the unicorn. I'm a 65-year-old anti-Zionist Jew. And I'm thrilled that you asked that question. It's not just what I've seen. We have the statistics. Support for Palestinian human rights measured in different ways, and even for Judaism beyond Zionism, is very strongly correlated with age. My students enter college in the Claremont colleges, what I would say, with a kind of confused so-called liberal Zionism. They enter college thinking that the siege on Gaza is horrific, the Jewish students, thinking the occupation of the West Bank is terrific, but then they'll add, but I love Israel. And they think somehow that inside 48, it's possible to be democratic and yet to be a Jewish state. They graduate generally having taken courses and from the campus education from such constructive groups as Students for Justice for Palestine. They often work through and they say, if it's going to be democratic and fully equal, it can't be a Jewish Zionist state. They see that that's not intellectually, you can't reconcile being fully democratic and having laws that privilege Jews. And so more and more of my students, my Jewish students I'm talking about, they enter with that liberal, they have a good heart, it's a kind of liberal Zionism, and they leave as anti-Zionists. And that's what the statistics are showing us as well. For younger Jews, we now have a larger plurality who support full equality and freedom for Palestinians than support the Israeli state. That's a new development. It's not enough. We see that also in the Democratic Party, where for the first time back in the spring, a larger plurality of voters in the Democratic Party supported the Palestinian cause than Israel. But it's not reflected. That's the base of the Democratic Party. That's also the opinion of younger Jews. But these aren't reflected in our institutional leaders. And the institutional leaders of the Democratic Party are Joe Biden, who hasn't gotten it at all and is funding the genocide. And yet, we only have what? I think it's at last count 24 members of Congress calling for a ceasefire. And let's be honest about those 24. All 24 are persons of color. There's, Why is it that it's so hard for white people and white people in Congress to support peace, right? So I think in both looking at Democratic voters and looking at Jews, we find that there's a growing, popular, and particularly with Jews, younger Jews, a growing popular understanding that is not yet reflected. It's not reflected in our synagogues. And so, I have my Jewish students. Well, on campus, Jewish faith is often controlled by Hillel, which is another institution like the ADL that tells the same lie. And my anti-Zionist Jewish students come into my office in tears that they do not feel they can worship because on the high holy days, Zionism is part of the service. And they feel it's desecrating, and they, in good conscience, they want to worship, they want the Jewish communal life, but they don't want to be in a Zionist space. So that the transition is there, but the institutions and the leaders, just as in the Democratic Party, are entirely behind. I'm sorry, I went on too long, but I think it's very important to recognize the rise of increasingly large numbers of young Jews who are strong supporters. And there's a very good movie about that called Israelism, which I hope people will have the opportunity to see. Good review today in the British paper, The Guardian.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. And thank you, Mr. Dan, for talking about when you went to Aqsa and visited the Rock of the Dome of the Rock, and how you have been treated by Muslims. They have a big heart. I was there. The people have nothing, and they have one piece of bread and they share. So I'm going to tell something I was experienced a few years ago. I am a pediatrician, so I was working at West Kaiser, and there is a big Jewish population. So it was a Sunday night, and we are closing the clinic. Actually, it's closed. The registration, like the office, is already closed. And we found my nurse I was also leaving, I was on the door, and my nurse was saying, "Oh, there is a little baby. He was wheezing." And so I went out of the door. I was already leaving, it's Sunday night, and then I saw a man with a baby on his shoulder, and he was huffing and puffing. And I was like, "Can we take her?" And the nurse said, "The registration is closed. We cannot take him." And I said, "We can. He have insurance. He have Kaiser, so we can bill him later. It does not matter, right? So we can take her." And so finally, she said, "Okay," the nurse. But then the guy, he was like, he went he have the other hand goes like this, and he said, "I'm not going to see a Muslim lady." So I was kind of a little scared, so I started getting back up a little. And then my nurse says, "That's the only choice you have." So then, I don't know, I went behind the door, and then finally he agreed and he came in. I have to give him an injection, the steroid, and 3-4 treatment to have him actually breathe by himself. So finally, when I went, I was there all the whole time, and there in his room, and then later when he's going home, and he literally go like this, and he said, "Dr. Rahman, I never knew the Muslim is this good."
Thank you.
Hello, thank you so much for the information you gave us. I think one thing that I wanted to ask about, a lot of Zionist supporters, a lot of Zionist supporters point to the Hamas charter and say that Hamas stands for the destruction of all Jews. In the research that I've done on my own, I've seen mixed reports on that. I've also seen that in the most recent revised charter in 2017 that it doesn't have that sort of explicit language. So, of course, I really appreciate your anecdote about being embraced in Palestine by Muslims as a Jew. So I guess I would turn the question to you as like, is there anything you can provide us um, to help us convince the people in our communities to not associate the resistance movement with that anti-Semitic sentiment, particularly given Hamas's violent approach?
Yeah, I think one of the things, I am not an expert on Hamas, so I'm going to leave. I think there are people on this panel who may know that better than I, so I'm going to leave that. But I do want to say, when people say to me, Hamas, 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 which is often the first thing, and the second thing, and the third thing they say when Zionists hear me, is, where were you? So one of the only people who's now in Gaza who I've had a really long conversation is Ahmed Abu Artima, who was the poet who initiated the call for the Gaza Great March of Return. And that was a nonviolent resistance movement. He called on Hamas not to show up. He called on people not to bring arms. And what I say to people who say, what about Hamas, is, did you support the Gaza Great March of Return? Did you support Palestinian struggle when it was nonviolent? Are you backing boycott, divestment, and sanctions, the nonviolent strategy of resistance that the South African anti-apartheid movement used? Because if you don't back nonviolent resistance, you are violence's acolyte. If you don't back nonviolent resistance, and then you're surprised that there's violent resistance. And so that's what I say. There has been, and particularly for all of this century, there's been such an overwhelming consensus of Palestinian civil society organizations calling for BDS. And if you don't respond to them and support them, you're part of the root cause of October 7th. Don't condemn October 7th and Hamas if you're not supporting nonviolent resistance. And because your condemnation is fraud, frankly. And the problem, of course, is our media hasn't allowed, unless you work really hard, how do you know that overwhelmingly the resistance is nonviolent? How do you know about the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement? Particularly since hate groups like the ADL tell you that BDS is anti-Semitic. Okay, so you have nonviolent resistance, and they say that's anti-Semitic. You have nonviolent resistance, and they say we oppose that. I'll let you follow up, but at this point I left this out this time. Maybe I don't have it. You pulled it up last time. You know what I'm talking about. The great Harlem Renaissance poet, Langston Hughes, his poem Harlem, which begins, "What happens to a dream deferred?" The dream he's talking about, I think it's 1951, it's the dream of freedom and equality. So this is Langston Hughes, Harlem. What happens to a dream deferred? Does it dry up like a raisin in the sun, or fester like a sore and then run? Does it stink like rotten meat, or crust and sugar over like a syrupy sweet? Maybe it just sags like a heavy load, or does it explode? What we have to say when they say, what about Hamas, is, why aren't you paying attention and supporting nonviolent resistance? And there is a way, and this steps on what I hope you're going to say, the key way for us here to exhibit that solidarity and to support nonviolent resistance is boycott, divestment, and sanctions.
Malcolm, thank you so much for coming here and sharing this great information and these great experiences. I have a question I had. I don't know if it has an answer, but I'm wondering what's the most effective way of communicating pro-Palestinian information? I feel like we can't say anything without being brushed aside as anti-Semitic. So from your experience, without giving an entire lecture, because if you're at work or if you're walking by, colleagues, generally people don't bring up the subject matter, but I'm wondering if the subject does come up, is there like a short sentence or two that from your perspective and your experience would have the most oomph, that would have some substance of maybe making people think without making you look bad, that that people are just like, "Oh, another anti-Semitic." Not the case. Thank you so much.
I mean, there's obviously no quick, one button you press. And I think it also depends who's talking to you. I mean, I think there are people who support Zionism who are confused. They have a good heart, who you can reach. I have cousins. But there are other people who are hateful. I think one of the things I try to do with those who I think have a good heart, but haven't worked through the extent to which Zionism is a project at the expense of Palestinians, is I try to start and say, I assume that both of us believe in full human equality, that other humans are equal with you. And try to base your criticism of Zionism on that. And then also realize that people often need to let something sink in before it helps them change their mind. So they are unlikely, if you talk to them for 10, 15 minutes, people may be defensive. You've just nudged them to see that some of their beliefs are supporting inequality and apartheid. And they may feel shame and guilt, and it may take them letting that sink in and coming back later to say, I've thought about, that. So don't necessarily need or expect the conversion in the 15-minute first encounter. And then another thing that I always ask people, Jewish Zionists, is how many times in your life have you broken bread and listened to a Zionist? Now, how many times in your life have you broken bread and listened to a Palestinian? How many books have you read? How many articles? And make people self-conscious about the fact that their sources of information and life experience are just wildly imbalanced. I think those are useful. I don't want to pretend. I mean, I have been, to be honest, I have been an anti-Zionist Jew really since my political consciousness, and I thank my mother for that. My mother's response to the '67 war is when she was listening to Zionist relatives. I mean, this, I used a lot of time, but my mother put it this way. I don't think she used the word Palestinian because in those days in the US it was Arab, right? And they didn't recognize specifically Palestinian. But my mother said to me back, she said, the way they talk about it, it's the Jewish lives that are important and the Arab lives aren't important. And that's wrong. And that's at the heart of anti-Zionism. And I'm grateful forever that my mother, she didn't know, didn't have your expertise in the history, but she heard people treating some lives as more than and other lives as less than. And she said, that's wrong. And you can't accept that. And so I've been in these conversations in the Jewish community going back certainly to the 70s. I think we've made tremendous progress. Going back to your question, particularly with younger Jews, I think, the credit on our campuses, Students for Justice for Palestine, has been doing incredible campus education work. It matters. It doesn't change things 1 year. It has changed things cumulatively since SJP was founded in the 1990s. Jewish Voice for Peace. We were a small group. We now have support from something like 400,000 Jews across the country. None of this is fast enough because right now there's genocide going on in Gaza. So, I take great inspiration by the SJP chapters, by Jewish Voice for Peace as organizations that work in solidarity, by Cair, another group that Jewish Voice for Peace is always happy to be in solidarity with. And I think we've made great strides, and yet at the same time, I know it's not fast enough because there's, right now, there's genocide in Gaza.
I'm going to take another question just to maximize our time with you.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Professor, and all the speakers. I have a question on the incongruency of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. And that's the seeming paradox of how certain elements of the right-wing evangelical community here in the U.S., many of whom are virulently anti-Semitic, are at the same time huge proponents and supporters of Zionism in the State of Israel. Is it simply out of their interpretation of end of times biblical prophecy, or what else is going on there?
I struggle a lot with all forms of Zionism. The Christian Zionism, I was in the West Bank when the embassy was moved, and Trump sent 2 evangelical ministers as part of the opening. They're celebrating Zionism. They had preached that, I could never be saved because I didn't accept Christ Jesus into my heart. I mean, I don't understand it. It is that end of the days, the rapture, and, I don't understand it, but I can tell you it should sure be a wake-up call to Jewish Zionists that they're in bed with people who hate them. I mean, I don't have an explanation, but it is terrifying. And the new alliance between the white supremacist Christian right and Zionism is terrifying.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for everything you're saying today. Well, it's very good. My question was, why can anybody criticize the government? They can criticize Joe Biden. They can criticize Jesus. They can make comments about Christianity and Islam. But as soon as it comes to somebody criticizing Israel, then it's a very big problem. It's considered hate speech, and they are attacked for it. What is your opinion on that?
Yes. It's the conflation. That's the trick. It's a propaganda trick. Anti-Zionism is hate. So when you criticize the Israeli state as an illegitimate state, you're hateful. And it is a propaganda trick, and it is meant to shut down, and it is too often working. And every time it happens, we have to call it out. And let me be clear. I think it is crucial. I think it is a moral obligation for Jewish allies. Every time a Palestinian, an Arab American, a Muslim American calls it out, I welcome that, I encourage it, but I don't think the burden of that can fall only on Palestinian Americans, Arab Americans, Muslim Americans. Jewish Americans have to step up, and if there's not going to be Jewish allies to call that out, we're going to have trouble. So I mean, Jewish Voice for Peace is built to do that, and Jewish Voice for Peace is built to challenge the Jewish community to step up and denounce that silencing of pro-Palestinian support.
My comment was for the lady regarding Hamas. So if you're going to start and end with Hamas, I think it would also serve you better that if you look at the Likud party charter, which basically states that Palestinians have only 3 options, that either be subjugated under occupation with maximum control, leave the land, or die. So every struggle for emancipation in history has had both a non-violent and violent resistance component. So I guess if you want to look at it, it's like bad PR for Hamas to actually go ahead and state its objectives. And again, it's not a destruction about specifically the Jews. They call for a destruction of the state of Israel politically. It's, if you're going to talk against the destruction of a state, or they don't recognize the state of Israel. It's the same as, Nelson Mandela not recognizing the apartheid state of South Africa. So every time you do talk about Hamas, remember to talk about, just have a look at the charter of the Likud party. That would serve you well.
And I'm just going to remind everyone, thank you so much for that comment. It's very helpful. But we're just going to keep the questions directed to our panel. And inshallah, if you all want to discuss more of these issues amongst yourselves, we certainly encourage that. But we can find that time maybe after.
So a couple of years ago, I read a book about, I don't even remember the name of the book, but it was talking about the suffering of African American early on, and the suffering of suffering of the black, the African, coming to the New World, and it was even worse in parts of the Caribbean and southern South America and so on. And from my memory, it was talking about how the preachers, the Christian preachers, were brainwashing the black minds and telling them that they have to submit to the will of God, that they were, because they were from a lower race, and they have to accept that, and the fact that they are subject to this torture and mistreatment. This is the destiny of God, and so on, so on. And we see a lot of parallel to that. And then it talks about later about the revolt of the slaves and how they killed 6 white people, and they were punished by the killing of 600. And a lot of parallel to that happening today. And while the killing of 6 white people is so bad, but the killing of 600 is much, much, much worse. And today, thanks God, we come to realizing that all this was very bad and morally corrupt, and even the white people distance themselves from what was their grandparents doing. My question is this: why we still don't see that very strong support from among the African American community, and also from the Latino community? I feel the Latino community is even much weaker, even though there are some voices, but still very weak, in my opinion. Why is that in Europe? In your opinion? Thank you.
Again, I would say, look in Congress, the 24 members of Congress who are calling for a ceasefire and who have been the supporters of Palestinians are persons of color. One of the key person is Cori Bush, who was a Black Lives Matter leader and who has called out the ADL for training police to oppress brown and black people in this country. And so I think that there is a particularly, again, older segment of African American institutional leaders who I don't feel have exhibited solidarity, but there's deep solidarity. The Panthers, the Black Panthers, were deeply in solidarity with Palestine. Black Lives Matter has been deeply in solidarity with Palestine. So I think we ought to recognize that, again, when we turn away from institutional leaders to broader social movements, that they're Angela Davis. So I think that there is, again, that split between an institutional leadership and the breadth of popular views. And one of the things I say jokingly when I teach about Palestine and Israel is the 2 things that most terrify the Israeli state are anti-Zionist Jews and anti-Zionist black people in America. And if they ever get together, the Israelis will really be spooked. So I think it's there, but I think it's not there in the institutional leadership.
I think that's coming up more and more. Yesterday, was it a state assembly person, a black woman in Florida, tried to introduce a resolution in the state assembly to call for a ceasefire. And she was, of course, attacked left and right. You know, Florida with DeSantis. So, yeah, there are the black community in the United States is an American community, you know, and they are subject to the same kind of misinformation that everybody else is subject to misinformation. So it's something that they, the leadership has come forward, not all of the leadership, most of the leadership has come forward and they sign on the ceasefire. And it is something that is our job, actually, to do the interaction and to do the explanation and create that kind of bond that, anti-apartheid is anti-apartheid in South Africa was exactly the same thing as anti-apartheid in Israel. This is the basis of my own, student activities when I was at UCLA. I was chair of the African Activist Association because this is my, they were my people because they are all looking for liberation. And so indeed, within the African community, the local American community, there's a lot of support for the Palestinians. Indeed. But of course, it's a situation. I came to this country in 1966. And in 1966, 1967, hey, the support for Israel was like 100%. And you couldn't even talk about Palestine. It's still, it gets worse sometimes, gets better. But yeah, it's a part and parcel of the whole re-education of American society.
I'm just going to interrupt for 1 second that we're going to take a break in about 5 minutes for Asr prayer. So we'll have time for just one more question. Then we'll reconvene right after Asr to continue on. But go ahead, Hussam, if you wanted to.
Not to promote my own session, but the next session is about, how can we take all this information, very valuable, very rich information, and channel it into action, positive action. So we're not just dwelling in sadness as we watch what's happening in Gaza. And it's not only about collecting information, it's about translating that into action that will hopefully make a difference. But I wanted to comment on the good question from Brother Yasser. Just to put things in perspective, we have 52 or 53, how many members of Congress now? 53 now in California, right? At least 52. The only two who actually voted in support of the ceasefire are two black ladies, Barbara Lee and Maxine Waters. So, to put things, and while what Professor Mahmood said is very true, back in the 60s, almost 100% of people sided with Israel and deemed Palestinians as the bad guys. One guy knew and saw things with complete clarity, and that is Malcolm X, Al-Hajj Malik Shabazz, rahimahullah. And spoke about it almost like he's commenting today. Like you wouldn't change a word because it's so relevant word for word. So yes, I 100% agree. Well, the African American community, the Latino community is like any other community in America, absorbing the misinformation that is given to them through mainstream media. And the ones who escape it, like everybody else, whether it's white, black, brown, Arab, Muslim, are the ones who find other channels for that information, either through a friend, they can talk to a Palestinian, or traveling, getting that experience, or researching. But most people don't do that. And the truth is, I would say the pro-Israel lobby, the Zionist lobby, the ADLs of the world, the AIPACs of the world, they've managed to find sellouts from every community, from the Jewish community, from Muslim community. I can point to, the Arab and Muslim summit that just happened, which was a ridiculous meeting, waste of money, waste of time. They should have stayed at home. Smoking shisha for them is better. Waste of complete time of their time and money of their people to issue a statement that is, a little young child in Gaza can issue a better, more honorable statement than all of them combined. So, yes, we do have the Zionists even within our own.
I just want one last comment regarding this. There is a black American author, very well regarded author, named Ta-Nehisi, Nehisi, Coates, Coates, Ta-Nehisi Coates. Check him on YouTube. And he was on Palestine, I think about maybe 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. And you know what he said? He said, I thought it's going to be difficult for me to change the perspective. But he says, I saw it immediately. Immediately he recognized the apartheid practice. I remember things when you realize that, it's, wow, it's like an open. And so to him, it was so obvious. Nisi quotes, very well regarded author. Ta is TANEHISI quotes, COATES. Check him on YouTube and see what he says about that.
Okay. Hello, thank you for coming out here. My question was, do Jews that support anti-Zionism believe that they have a right to the land of Palestine? Because a common theme that I've seen amongst most Israelis that condone the Israeli government is that they believe that they have a right to the land. So I was just wondering if that was the same with Jews that support anti-Zionism.
So she was saying that Jews that promote Zionism believe that they have a right to the land, but do anti-Zionist Jews also believe they have a right to the land in Palestine?
The simple answer is no. But I want to go back and say, I don't. My opposition is to the Zionist leaders and projects. If somebody was fleeing anti-Semitism and the only place they could get to and pull themselves up out of the sea and inequality and oppression was to pull themselves up into Palestine, just like I don't believe in closing our borders to people fleeing as refugees from oppression. My criticism is that they were then inserted into a project of oppressing the indigenous population that was already there. And similarly, I don't think it's not my place to talk about a solution, but I will say, I don't think a solution is to expel the Jewish Israelis who are there. I think any solution has to accept that the people who are there all deserve, and these I know, radical ideas. Everybody who's there deserves freedom and equality. Very radical. And, it's not my place to say what the constitutional or state arrangement should be, but those are human rights. And that, for me, is the basis of peace. And I also think it's the basis of people learning to trust one another in a moment where they don't trust each other. You treat other people with freedom and equality, you build trust. If you treat other people with oppression, you build Hamas.
Thank you so much. I think that's a great place to take a pause. So we'll take a break. People can get ready for Asr, which is going to be in about 5 minutes. And then we'll reconvene at 3:40 after we pray. Thank you.
I know you have a really heavy schedule. We're having a fundraiser for Palestine.
Watch out. I do. I think December 7th. I'm not in Southern California, but
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
Please make sure that your heels are on the red line. Many of you are behind the red line, so you have to move forward. The heel has to be on the red line. Making the correct rows is part of the Iqamat al-Salah. And there should be no gaps between you and the next person. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Sami Allah liman hamida. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Sami Allahu liman hamida. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Sami Allah liman hamida. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Sami Allah liman hamida. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Inshallah, we are starting. Please take your seats and we will begin in less than a minute, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum. How are you? Alhamdulillah, mashallah. Well, inshallah. All right, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm going to spare Sister Alia any introduction because she already did the introductions. Inshallah, we don't have a lot of time. We want to finish by 4:30 because we do have a break, to pick up some food. There is a food truck outside and there's some great coffee and snacks at Baraka Cafe. The coffee is really good. Yeah. Oh, see, Dan is telling you, try the espresso, so really good. Inshallah. And we do have posters on your way out. Inshallah, we do have some signs that you can use when you go to protest, because also, just to make life easier for you, so you have the signs. But also it goes back to the question that was asked earlier by one of the sisters, which is, what can we do to be, to make sure that we're not crossing the line from anti-Zionism to anti-Semitism. And sometimes, writing a sign might be an area where people make a mistake and so on. So the goal was to provide you with guidelines and make it easy. We're all saying the same message. Alhamdulillah, we want to unite, not divide people. So whenever Sister Alia tells me we can begin, I will start, inshallah.
You can begin.
All right, that was easy. Is somebody asked me, is Professor Mahmood joining us, or he has another commitment?
I am not sure where he is right now.
Yeah.
But I think he might be in the room. So we'll go ahead and get started.
Perfect. Inshallah. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salamu ala rasulillah. In the name of Allah, God Almighty, the most gracious, the most merciful. And may Allah's peace and blessings be upon our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and upon his family, companions, and all the followers, and upon all the prophets before him, who are ironically sometimes called Jewish prophets, and who are also for us very much Muslim prophets too. Alhamdulillah, this is something people don't know actually when we talk about theology. The two closest religions in theology is actually the Islamic and the Jewish faith in so many ways. The Christian faith are also good friends of ours, and we work very closely, of course, with them. But when it comes to the theology, we're way closer, because on the monotheism, the emphasis on monotheism brings us closer. And it's ironic but sad at the same time that actually the politics of Zionism created an unnecessary wedge. But this is part of the program of Zionism too, because it helps tag along, Islamophobia, and then gain all the white supremacists who don't like Muslims and say, you see, we have the common enemy. So unfortunately, it is what it is. Oh, Professor Mahmood is here. Inshallah, later on you have questions for him. So the purpose of doing these teach-ins is very important, because we all feel stressed out, anxious, sad about what is happening in Gaza, and unfortunately, it's a cyclical thing. It happens again and again. And when you look at the news, for us at Cair, we were getting hundreds of cases around the country, and actually maybe thousands now, from people who are at the workplace, Muslims and activists who are students on the street being attacked just for expressing any solidarity with Palestinians or saying Palestinians are humans. One of the biggest controversial things today nowadays is calling for a ceasefire. I actually heard a pro-Israel activist say calling for a ceasefire is anti-Semitic. Literally, they said that. They said if you call for a ceasefire, it's anti-Semitic. I was like, you're joking, right? Like I said, no, they explained it how. There's a logic in the Zionist logic, right? What is it? As always, yeah, as always there. And that logic is if you call for a ceasefire, that means you are asking for Israel to stop bombarding Hamas, as if Hamas getting bombarded. That means you're pro-Hamas. Hamas wants to kill the Jews. That means you're anti-Semitic. And each one of them, each claim can be responded to by itself on its own. But that's how they try to do that, to intimidate people from even, and you start doubting yourself, like really, like stopping the bloodbath of children is controversial or anti-Semitic. So why we decided to do this? Because, and we're doing this in collaboration with many mosques, MSAs, Muslim Student Associations, with our colleagues and friends at JVP, SJP, and others, because we felt, number one, actually we felt that a lot of people don't know that history. They have a sympathy because they see, it's very clear. It's not that difficult to see who is David and who's Goliath in this conflict, if we can use that. Who is the occupier and who is the occupied. But it's not enough to battle this issue based on emotions and feelings. It's not enough to say, well, clearly the Palestinians are the victims here. More is needed, and that more is what our very esteemed professors and friends and activists enlightened us with, and that is knowing the history, knowing the facts, so you can use it. So the goal is to give you that information and decide how to use it in ways that will make a difference on the ground. Because at the end of the day, for us, what is that difference we're looking for? Changing hearts and minds. You want your neighbor to know what is going on. What upsets me the most, I just came back from San Francisco, from San Jose, attending the Cair banquet. At the airport, it happens to me all the time. I have a big mouth. So I talk to people. What hurts me the most is when people say, so complicated. I know, there are no good guys in these things. No, actually, there are good guys and there are bad guys. But people say that because they've been bombarded with misinformation to the point where it becomes difficult for them to dissect where is the truth. And that's why having that information gives you now confidence. So you can argue back with your neighbor, with your coworker, with your classmates, your friends, your relatives. After a khutbah that I gave in one of the mosques, one brother came to me, a Muslim brother, came to me and said, brother, this was so important for me. I'm going to share your khutbah with my relatives because some of my own relatives blamed the Palestinians for their misery. Imagine, a Muslim person, from one of the nationalities. So if even our own Muslim community that is supposed to be educated and enlightened, we, again, as Professor Mahmood was saying earlier, we are in America. We are absorbing the same nonsense, the same junk that is bombarded on us, thrown at us through the mainstream media, through the books, through social media, and so on. So by giving people a good foundation, they can, inshallah, fight back against that misinformation. So quick things I want to give, quick tips in terms of getting engaged. One is engage with knowledge. If you start engaging based on passion alone or tribalism, you're not better than the Zionists, right? Don't just say, well, Palestine, they're my people, I'm going to defend them. No, nobody deserves unconditional defense or unconditional attack. You're going to be based on what you know, on the facts. So, and it's not that difficult, honestly. Nowadays, you can grab a couple of books. I'm sure here they can recommend 5-6 books that will give you a full, comprehensive, full circle information about the history, the present, what's happening, a couple of videos, and then you will be equipped to make the right arguments. Second, focus on winning hearts and minds. This is not about defeating or humiliating or crushing people. You don't gain anything by winning an argument, but losing the person. You're not here. There are some people, don't even waste time arguing. I can tell you, we've all had those people. Like they're useless, right? But most people are not useless. Most people are acting based on some either affinity, because their cousin lives in Israel, right? Or because of misinformation they've watched or they've learned. Challenge that with stories. I think the best part of Professor Mahmood's presentation is the personal story. Everything else is beautiful. But hearing Jimzo, talking about his village or little town becoming Mexico Park, for me, that tells the story. That's it. That is ethnic cleansing, right? So telling stories, share stories of people those of us who are not Palestinians, we can share the stories of Palestinians we know. What's happening in Gaza. I mean, I can tell you the story of my colleague, my co-worker, executive director of Cair Sacramento, Bassem al-Qarra, who lost 23 members of his own family, cousins, aunts. So I actually don't know a single person from Gaza here in America who hasn't lost 3, 4, 5, or 50. I met people who lost 50. They tell you, I've lost 50 or 70. So how come that range? So, well, because there are 20 under rubble. We don't know. We presume them to be that, but they haven't found their bodies. There are still 2,500 bodies under rubble as we speak today. So when you share these stories, these are not numbers. These are real people. They're doctors, engineers, kids, mothers, fathers, journalists. So these are real people who constitute the civilization of the, of the people of Gaza and the Palestinians of Gaza. The medical team, the teachers, the schools. So it's important to share stories and win the hearts and minds of people. It is always important to know who the audience is. So if you're commenting on social media, speaking to a coworker, the way you speak to an evangelical Christian is very different than speaking to a Jewish person. And if that's a Jewish person, are they religious or non-religious? Are they secular or not? Are they left or the right? Are they Zionist or not? Right? Same thing. You're dealing with an African-American person, a Latino person. I tell you, evangelical black person is very different than a Muslim black person or a Muslim immigrant person, right? It's different. The approach is much easier with a Muslim person, for example. A Black Lives Matter person is very different than somebody who's a Trumpist. So knowing your audience, it changes how you're going to approach it and what facts you're going to bring, because it's a whole basket of facts that you can bring in. And usually you have a moment, an hour, 30 minutes, 5 minutes, a minute. So you want to make your best argument based on who you're talking to. Dumping everything on them is not going to help. Like some of the historic things you learned today wouldn't work on a radio interview, right? You have like 30 seconds. They're going to ask you a quick question. If you're going to talk about the history of the Sykes-Picot Agreement, say, okay, thank you, Mr. Ayloush, bye-bye, right? Who cares about Sykes-Picot for most people in America? But if you're sitting talking to an intellectual, talking to a student, talking to somebody over dinner, yes, that is important, because that history is what makes the present problem. So knowing the audience is extremely important. Consult. When you have a meeting, you don't know, consult with source of knowledge. A documentary, an article, or a lot of the well-informed activists. Also, be persistent and consistent. Persistent meaning don't give up. The Zionists count on us getting desensitized and bored or intimidated, right? They count on us. If you are persistent, say, your support for Gaza, they were hoping that after the 30th day, you're no longer going to watch social media. You're going to be tired watching what is happening, learning the news, or advocating. The truth is, they're right. Many people have stopped. Many people have said, you know what, just can't go on. Well, it's not a luxury we can afford. As long as the people of Gaza continue to receive these missiles and be killed, and they do it in defense of their honor, and wallahi, I believe it's in defense of our honor too, as the honor of the Palestinian people, the Arab people, the Muslim people, and humanity. Because when people watch and don't do anything, we've lost our humanity. So for us, we can't be part of losing our humanity. So we have to continue to care and be persistent. Consistent meaning, if you speak against injustice in one place, don't be a hypocrite. There's nothing worse than those who stand up and say, yes, shame on what Israel is doing to the Palestinian people, and then go cheer for Assad what he's doing to the Syrian people. You don't get to talk. Shame on those who say Israel is a war criminal country, and then go and cheer for Sisi in Egypt, what he did to the Egyptian people in Rabaa. You lose. Zip it. At that moment, I don't care what your opinion is, because you're a hypocrite. You're being tribal. You're defending your people because they're your people, not based on right or wrong. So be consistent. You earn credibility. Then you get the chance to speak up on the other issues, including the issue of Palestine. And that is important for us as human beings, but also as Muslims. Because I know it is much easier to criticize Russia, Putin and Israel, and sometimes ignore some of the wrong that happens from people who look like us, speak like us, or pretend to be Muslim like us. No, it's actually, as Muslims, we know Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the Quran orders us to stand for justice, even if it is against our own selves, our own people, our own tribes. So it is important for us as Muslims, as an act of worship. And let's make it this way. Our resistance to the occupation, to the settler colonial project, for us as Muslims specifically now, because I'm at a masjid, is an act of worship. It's an act of worship. We're worshiping Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala by standing for justice and against the oppressors. So do it in the way that pleases Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You wouldn't pray Asr 3 rak'ahs, right? You're going to change. You do it in the right way, and that's how it should continue. Next is consider the platform you're using. You know, how you deal with a lecture, how you deal at a school for those who are college students is very different than how you comment on Instagram, how you comment on Twitter, you know, X now, how you comment on TikTok. I don't have TikTok, but I know it's active. Or on Facebook, right? Each platform has a different requirements and needs. One is heavy on images, one is heavy on words, one is heavy on videos and graphics, and so on. So know the audience, know the platform you're using so you can be more effective. Work as a group as much as you can. Because one person makes some noise, but not a lot of dent, not a lot of movement. As a group, whether it's, you know, MSA, MAS, AMP, Cair, JVP. By the way, JVP allows non-Jewish members, so you can join them. They're welcome, right? I'm a member, actually, I've been a member. So, because what it does, it gets you the information. You get the action alerts. They have amazing programs. Dan just, you know, part of their program is getting arrested, right? He was detained, protesting, civil disobedience. It's important to know that, right? It's good to be part of a group because that's how effective you become. You know, members of Congress will pay attention to you. Your elected officials, you know, Mr. Biden in the White House obviously doesn't care what you say. That's an exception. Also, when you want to talk and make a difference, don't waste your time with a little person on social media who's just angry. He's probably talking to you from Israel and just annoying you. Just don't waste your time. Focus on people. You know, for me, if you have only 10 minutes a day to become activist, go on the account of your member of Congress on Twitter or Facebook and comment there. That is way more valuable, right? Hey, as a constituent of yours, I'm ashamed of the statement you made, the one-sided statement that recognizes the humanity of the Israeli people but ignores the humanity of the Palestinian people. Keep doing that. Don't give up. Keep saying these things because others are reading, and because trust me, most people are on the fence, right? Most people are watching and they feel like, okay, my heart is, the Palestinians are being victimized, but they keep hearing all the noise from the other side, then they're afraid. But when you make that noise on that page and say, I stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people who are occupied for the last 75 years, etc., facing an apartheid regime, and you put the facts, and here's a link, and you do that on the member of Congress page, what happens? Another person gets encouraged to do it. Oh, you know what? Because there's strength in numbers, right? So focus on your time. Your time is limited and more valuable than being wasted on a hardcore paid agent sitting somewhere in Tel Aviv trying to just annoy you. Yeah, I know it's tempting. I've done it, but it's like, why did I just waste 30 minutes of my time with somebody who's paid to just do that, right? Focus on the ones who will hopefully change their hearts and mind. I would say, watch what you say. I know it's easy to get angry watching these images of this, you know, pieces of babies. I mean, the things, I mean, it's actually all of us, inshallah, Gaza will see peace very soon. But all of us are going to need to be treated, not just the people of Gaza, for PTSD. It is destructive what it does. The way Palestinians have been dehumanized, morally and physically. When I say dehumanized, meaning they're rendered pieces of flesh. You know, you watch videos where a mother is trying to recognize her child, nothing left from the child, hoping from the fingers, hoping from what's left from a head. Like that is what we're watching, and it's traumatizing. And I'm not saying don't watch it and say, well, you know, be careful, don't watch it with kids. Because we can't ignore it also. I'm not saying watch it every day, but there's a dose you have to know. You can't, you know, I'm on some groups with some democratic activists, and of course, every time I post something, and I don't post the most graphic ones, but the Zionists immediately jump in and say, why are you doing this? This is, you know, you're exploiting the pain of people. And my answer to them is, I steal it from somebody else. It's not my idea. But if the images of war crimes upset you more than the war crimes themselves, there's a problem with you. There's a problem with your humanity. And that's, so because of that, I'm saying watch what you say, how you react. Don't use language that undermines the noble and honorable cause of Palestine. The cause of justice and freedom in Palestine is a very noble cause. And I do believe Allah, God Almighty, actually is blessing those who are working for this cause. So it's an honor, it's a blessing. So don't ruin it using things, foul language, cussing, things like go to the, hell, may you all die. Things, that's not, we're not them. They're not our teachers, right? They do that, but that's not who we are. And also, an important point, because it came up again and again, and I think Dan did a great job making clear to us the difference. And I think the audience here is a kind of a biased audience because, alhamdulillah, we are more enlightened, hopefully, than the average person outside. We know that this is not a Muslim-Jewish war, a Muslim-Jewish conflict. Zionists like to portray it this way, right? Because it makes things much easier. Because it makes it into like, the good guys versus these bad Muslim extremists. Hamas is Daesh, ISIS, right? Why do they use these things? Because basically they're telling people Palestinians are an extension of ISIS. We hate ISIS. By extension, we hate Palestinians. Go do whatever you need to do. That's how genocides happen. That's how it happened in Rwanda. That's how it happened in Bosnia. That's how the Holocaust happened. You first dehumanize the target audience, and then nobody cares. They're no longer children. Children are basically a prevention of a terrorist. That's what it is. When you kill a child now, they see like, wow, we saved the world from 5,000 new terrorists, 5,000 children killed. That's how it works. So we have to be careful with our language that we don't use their language. This is about Zionism, a political ideology, a racist, supremacist ideology. And actually, we are very honored and proud that we have so many Jewish people on the right side of this issue, fighting with us and sometimes even actually ahead of us for justice for the Palestinian people. So that is language that you have to repeat, not from a PR perspective, but actually because if there's a Jewish Zionist person on the other side, and they were fed information that you hate Jews, and you support Palestinians because you're anti-Semitic, and the Palestinians are fighting not for their land, they're fighting against Jews, because somehow they were born with hatred to all the Jews. I always remind people, say, Jews never took a flight to Europe to target Jews in Europe. It was European settlers, and Jewish in specific, who flew to their land, to Palestine, to harass, intimidate, and terrorize the Palestinians. So that is important to make it clear when you're talking about where we stand as activists for Palestine. So few myths that you need to address when you're debating, know the answer to. So I would say, take notes. If you have good memory, memorize, but I doubt you're going to memorize all of that. That's not me, right? No, I didn't give them, but wow. Sister Menaha reads my mind maybe, but no. The first one is the biggest lie of all, that this was basically, it's actually a talking point that came from ADL and APAC to every elected official, every school district, every city council member, every seller of tomatoes and cucumbers in the world. Like everybody was repeating the same. This was an unprovoked attack by Hamas on Israel. That is true if Palestine and Gaza in specific was some oasis of a resort of vacationing and peace, but it's not. If somebody tells you it was unprovoked, ask them, would a 75-year occupation and dispossession count as a provocation? Yes or no? Would a 17-year barbaric siege of Gaza, which is the largest, most dense open-air prison and now concentration camp and now extermination camp in the world, with 2.3 million people, deprived from food, drink, movement, access to their sea, to their air, to their border. They can't get medicine. Would that can we count as provocation? Would the apartheid system count as a provocation? Would the land grabbing, the stealing of land to build illegal settlements for Jews only, would that count as a provocation? What about the hundreds of checkpoints that are made only, according to Israel, to humiliate the Palestinian people every day? Would that count as a provocation? And if they say none of that counts as provocation, tell them shut up. Right? There's nothing to argue. Because we know this is ongoing provocation that has been going on for 75 years, every single day. And imagine if you live in your own country here today, and China or Russia or Mexico tries to do one of these things, brings its navy and shuts our our sea access or our ocean access, right? The coast. Say, no more, you can't import and export. What would we do? Probably will nuke them. Probably will nuke them. That is a merciful behavior from our government. Not that I condone that in any way. But the reality is, today, in America today, by the way, every survey that is done every year shows 60% of Americans, sometimes 64, still support the US use of atomic bomb on Japan. 60%. Back when it happened, it was closer to 80. So don't tell me, don't come and preach to us that, well, no, people should sit and take the abuse. You put them in the corner, take their humanity, harass them, intimidate them, kill their children, abuse their spouses, their parents, humiliate them, take their land. And at the end, hey, don't even meow, right? Don't even scratch. No. A cat will scratch you back, let alone a human being. Anybody. You do that to any person in the world, they're going to respond. So don't say it's unprovoked. Now, it doesn't mean we condone the response. We're not here in a position to defend what Fatah does, PLO does, Hamas does. We're American Muslims. We're activists here. I don't know the details. And you ask me, I still don't know what happened in details on that day, by the way. Because that version of that story has changed at least 4 times from what the Israeli government has said, and it continues to change. Just a few days ago, the numbers have changed. So I don't know. I'm not going to defend. If there was any targeting of civilians, unequivocally, we're going to condemn. Unequivocally. There's no like, well, if there's any deliberate targeting of civilians, whether they're Israeli, Jewish, Muslim, Christian, Palestinian, for us, it's a principal issue. Talked about being consistent. It doesn't mean we don't understand the context of what led to it, but as a principled position, we know where we stand. Because we're not here to represent a specific Palestinian group. We're here to speak for the Palestinian people. So that is an important thing. So for us, it was not unprovoked. It was very provoked, very expected. There isn't an analyst in the world who didn't predict it's going to happen. Everybody, including Israelis, who have said Netanyahu's government, fascist government, continuous pressure, which is much worse than the last 75 years. The last 2 years, specifically the last 6-7 months, had been a targeting of Sheikh Jarrah, Jerusalem neighborhoods, the checkpoints, land grab, humiliation, a choking of Gaza even more, no hope, canceling of the peace process, talk about peace. So basically, you eliminate hope, you eliminate everything. And not only that, you go to the traders in the Arab world and sign normalization deals at the expense of the Palestinians. You're basically leaving them with no option. Everybody said something's going to happen. And unfortunately, the predictions happen. So that is very clear, and that's very important for us to put unprovoked. Second, the second argument that keeps coming up on social media with your friends is this is not a war on the Palestinians. We have nothing with the Palestinians. This is a war on Hamas, right? We're only targeting Hamas. Numbers speak for themselves. 75% of Gaza is destroyed. Thousands and thousands of residential towers, buildings, homes destroyed. Hospitals, 20 clinics and hospitals destroyed. Now probably almost all of them. That was like a couple of days ago. Now even the main hospitals are out of service. Schools destroyed. A church was bombed. Over 150 mosques now either completely damaged or damaged, and partially damaged. 12,000, at least 11,000, but as I said, there are 2,000 missing. Killed. Overwhelmingly civilians, according to every doctor, health clinic, UN international observer. 5,000 Palestinian children. Are these members of Hamas? Did they sign up somehow? These are 5,000 children. Talk about 2,500, maybe 3,000 women, mothers, aunties, grandmothers, and elderly, and men. And by the way, when we don't mention men, it doesn't mean men are legitimate targets too if they're civilians. So the numbers speak for themselves. It's a densely populated little strip called Gaza. Like you're going to throw everything there's going to be neighborhoods. And if they're really at war with Hamas, do what every army does. You know what they do? Get on the ground and fight. But if you're too cowardly to do so and take it on the civilians, that is war crimes. That is, collective punishment, and that's what Israel is doing. It is war crimes. It is now we're watching a genocide unfolding in front of our eyes. Even when you think about the population of Gaza, the 2.3 million, 50%, actually more than that, probably 55% is actually underage. They're under 18, they're kids. So, of course, when you throw, and these are supposedly smart weapons, right? Like precisely guided missiles, which is worse. If your precisely guided missiles are hitting schools and hospitals, that means that's your intention. It is no longer random shooting. If you're claiming your missile is so smart that it hits only the target you want it to hit, that means when you're hitting a school or a refugee center or shelter, that was clearly your intention. So it's important to make it clear, it doesn't matter what you claim. And for the last 75 years, you've been saying it's a war on Hamas. Well, the question is, because that goes to the point to the lady who asked earlier, and I think she had to leave. The question is, what do we say when they say it's about Hamas? Well, was the life of the Palestinian people beautiful and nice and peaceful before Hamas was founded? Hamas was founded, as we were told, 1987. So before 1987, how did the Palestinians live? Was it really nice? As bad. Losing land, losing their dignity, their rights, their lives, their parents, abused. Nothing changed. Well, let's pick another place where there's no Hamas, West Bank. Who runs West Bank? The Palestinian Authority, not Hamas. Are the people in the West Bank living in peace? Or are they being killed, shot at, land being grabbed? So it is not Hamas. The truth is, clearly it is not Hamas. We know if Hamas disappears today, let's say if we can have a vote and say Hamas disappear, please disappear. And we have a vote and Hamas disappears. Would life get any better for Palestinians? Not at all. Not at all. It is a deflection, a distraction. Don't fall into it. Like, you don't get into like, let me explain, well, no, what Hamas charter say. I don't care what their charter say. Because I'll tell you what it is. Hamas, PLO before that, Fatah, are all a byproduct or a product of one thing. What is that thing? The occupation. That's it. You want Hamas to disappear? I would love for Hamas to disappear, for PLO to disappear, for Fatah to disappear, so Palestinians can have a normal life the way all of us have a normal life. How would that disappear? When the occupation disappears. Whenever there is occupation, there is resistance. You don't like the resistance, I don't like the occupation. Let's get rid of the occupation, there will be no use for that resistance. So it is not about us defending, we're not here to defend every act the resistance does. That's not my business, not my expertise anyway. My expertise as a human rights activist, as historians and human rights activists, is to ensure we create the climate and the knowledge that allows for human rights and freedom to cherish for everybody, including the Palestinian people. So, yes, if Hamas crosses the line, we'll be the first to say, you crossed the line. But I'm not going to take away, oh my God, 5 minutes. They're taking away my 5 minutes. All right. So, it is important to keep that in mind when we talk about that. So, but that brings me to the point is, how complicated is this issue, right? When I sit with media people, I'm always told, like at the end of the interview, say, yeah, well, thank you for being on the show. This is such a complicated issue, you know, hopefully one day. It is not complicated. I feel like before they hang up on me, it's not complicated. It's actually one of the simplest, the most clear issues of injustice, although it's the longest occupation in our modern time. But it's the simplest thing. Why? Because it's about one thing. It's the occupation and its apartheid system. You end it, there's no hatred. There's no like, you know, they say, oh, this had been the thousands of years of Muslims and Jews fighting each other. Nonsense. Complete nonsense. There's no history to that. Actually, when Jews were persecuted and killed and murdered in Europe, they found refuge within the Muslim world. And the Muslim world is proud of that. And the Muslim world, when actually Palestinians, to their credit, when people were fleeing persecution from Germany and other places and came to Palestine, Palestinians didn't think much of it, that we're providing refuge for people. And they didn't think until they started realizing there's a plot to take over their land. The issue was never about Jews coming and seeking refuge in Palestine. And let's face it, Jews who have lived in Palestine are as Palestinians as the Muslims and the Christians who have lived in Palestine. There are those who've lived, the percentages that Professor Ibrahim was talking about, who lived in Hebron and lived in many parts. Those are part of the land. Nobody says these are, you don't belong. The issue is about these settler colonials from Europe who happen to be Jewish. Imagine if I come from America and say, well, we're Muslims, and Muslims at one point lived in Spain, Spaniards, pack up and leave, we're going to take Spain, Andalusia back. Things don't work this way. International law doesn't work this way. Morality doesn't work this way. And the Zionists try to convince us that somehow, because Jews have lived in Palestine 3,000, 2,000 years ago, and some till today throughout history, it gives the right to every Jewish person in the world. No, it doesn't. Imagine if Christians can say the same thing, right? Hey, Jesus, our God, our Messiah, was born there. Everybody, Jews, Muslims, pack up and leave. No? It's ridiculous to tell people we think that way, but they have no shame saying these things, right? They say it as if this is fact, law, important thing to believe. So it is about the occupation, and keep it that way. The other myth that you need to be very aware of, I'm going to try my best to address them in 5 minutes. Very quickly, the myth or the claim, Israel has the right to defend itself. No. An occupier never has the right to defend itself. Nazi Germany in France has no right to defend itself. Nazi Germany in Poland does not have the right to defend itself. Putin's Russia in Ukraine does not have the right to defend itself. You are an occupier. The only one who has the right to defend themselves are the occupied. In this case, the Palestinian people. It is extremely important to keep that in mind. Don't get into the corner and say, well, Israel was attacked. Israel should be attacked. If you continue to occupy people's land, every means, according to international law, to defend and resist the occupation is within your hand. You choose to do it non-violently, good for you. That is good. No problem with that. You want to do it through poetry, spoken word, God bless you. You want to do it by protesting, God bless you. You want to pick up arms and defend your people and your land, that is a legitimate right too. It is important to keep that in mind. That is something that we always feel defensive about that. Yeah, Israel was attacked. Israel has to defend itself. Israel has to end its aggression. It is the aggressor in this place, in this situation. The other issue is criticizing Israel and Zionism is anti-Semitic. I think it was very well covered, so I don't want to dwell on this issue, but it's important for us. Our language is very important. Don't use language, graphics, images, posters, videos that could cross the line from anti-Zionism to anti-Semitism. It's extremely important, not for PR purposes only, for Muslim purposes. We cannot justify that. That's an insult to the Palestinian cause. Don't cross that line. And I know sometimes it's difficult because especially those who were raised in the Middle East, especially those who are from Palestine, because as a kid in Palestine, under the occupation, the Arabic radio from Radio Israel, right? What does it refer to itself? Dawla al-Yahudi, Jewish state, the Jewish army. So I understand they've created that narrative. Everything is Jewish. So I know when I talk to Palestinians, they say, well, al-Yahud did this, right? And the Jews did this. The Jewish army, yes. In Palestine, it might work because people know what you're talking about. Because, if you ask that person, are you talking about Jews in New York? I said, no, why would I care about the Jews in New York? I'm talking about the Jews in Israel, right? But people in America don't know that. And you have groups like Memory, which is extremely deliberate in promoting anti-Palestinian hate. It's a Mossad arm. Groups like ADL. If you say that, although your intention, you're talking about Israelis, they're going to use that to say, oh, you're talking about all Jews. So don't give them, ammunition to attack you and attack the cause. Focus on what is the real cause. The real cause is Zionist. Our issue with Zionists. That's it. Period. Makes it easy, right? If you're going to talk about Israel in a picture on a sign, don't use the Star of David. You want to use the Israeli flag? That's fine. Which sometimes I advise not to do so. Why? Because from a distance, it might not be clear as an Israeli flag. Because the Star of David signifies a religious community that existed long before Israel and will exist long after Israel, right? So we don't want people to interpret what you're saying. You want to condemn Israel? Say, I condemn Israel. You want to condemn the occupation? Condemn the occupation. That is important for us, for those who are speaking and chanting. And I have no problem, by the way, with from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Because it's very clear. No person would be free until that historic land is free. And that means freedom that would be celebrated by Palestinians, Israelis, Muslims, Druze, Jews, Christians, and everybody else. It's all what you mean, and it's clear what you mean on this case. And about to finish, Sister Ali, I know you're getting very nervous. You know, when they say Palestinians promote hate, you know, what are you going to do about that? You know, that's why we can't have peace with them. They hate us. I think Dan did an amazing job explaining. What do you expect people to do with their occupier and tormentors? Like, what do you expect? Imagine telling a family that just survived or going through the Holocaust, sitting in a concentration camp in Auschwitz or somewhere, and say, oh, we heard you hate the Germans. Shame on you. Oh, no, we should be singing their praise as they're killing us. Like, nonsense, right? What do you think Ukrainians would say as the Russians bombarding their cities? It's human nature. You're going to hate your tormentor, as long as it is justified in that sense. Not hating every person who looks like them or every Jewish person. It is, yes, Palestinians are angry at what Israel is doing to them. I'm not Palestinian and I'm angry. Imagine if I see my own family being killed and my children being orphaned and so on. So, nonsense. Again, go back to the simple solution. You want to end the anger, and the reason of this anger, the occupation. Just remove it. And then we'll go back to harmony and peace as we've always had in the past. I just want to conclude, just for the interest of time, allowing some time and because there's Maghrib. Again, when you're doing what you're doing, focus on the main issues, the occupation. Focus on the apartheid. Focus on the settlements. Focus on the Zionism as a settler colonial ideology. Don't get distracted into the charter of PLO and Hamas and, hey, we gave them the land. They said no, all the nonsense. You know, the Oslo Agreement. You saw the Oslo Agreement, the Swiss cheese, the Camp David Agreement. All of that is, but instead of being dragged into the details, especially when you don't have time, right? Focus on the big picture. It's an occupation. Let's end the occupation. It's an apartheid, ugly apartheid. Would you like for your children to go through it? No. You know what? Palestinians probably don't like it either. Focus on the big picture because it allows you to touch people's heart in that sense, not the details that are good for, you know, a teach-in, maybe a debate or something like that. Last but not least, let's focus on speaking, you know, at the workplace, be careful. And I think I saw Amr early on, but he maybe left our legal director. He's over there? Oh, yeah. He would tell you, as an employee of a private company, you don't have protection. You don't have First Amendment protection. You're not protected for free speech. Meaning, if your boss is a right-wing Zionist, right-wing Republican, conservative, they might say, I don't want you here, and find a reason, right? They can't do it because you're Arab or Muslim or Palestinian, etc. But they can do it because of your political views, and they will find a way. They might not even tell you why. You know what? We don't have work for you. So be careful how you do it. It's not the same as being at a school or working for a state agency or government agency. You need more details. Amr raises his hand. You can talk to him about specifics or call our office. But you can still engage, you know, outside of office. You know, be careful what you post. You know, don't give them a reason to say we're going to fire you, you're anti-Semitic. You know, focus on what you put, so make it easy. Be active politically. Run for office. Let the elected officials see you. We noticed we were betrayed by most elected officials because we don't have real power. Whether it's JVP or Cair or the Muslim community or the progressive Jewish community, we have the ground, we have the streets, we have the moral ground, right? The high moral ground. But it did not translate yet to real power because the real power is still with the establishment, you know, older people, and not to stereotype, I'm getting there, but people who are still operating on numbers from the 80s, where it was at that time 100% people pro-Israelis. So there's hope. You know, all these young people, this, you know, 40% of the Jewish community who are becoming sympathetic and all of that, they're going to become the older generation, the professors, the deans of schools, and so on. But in the meanwhile, you get active. Find out who your elected officials are. Engage them. Don't wait just for the election. Meet with them. Invite them to the mosque. Ask them about their views about different issues, including this issue. Let them see your face and hear from you. So we can make that difference, inshallah. Respond to the action alerts that Cair issues, JVP issues, AMP issues. Because the more they hear from us, the more they realize things have changed. I'm telling you, they're getting a glimpse of it now. I hear from the democratic establishment because they're worried if Muslims and Arabs and a lot of the progressive Jews are not going to support Biden for his second term, you know what's going to happen? He's going to lose 6 swing states, the battleground states. And if he loses those 6 states or even 4 of them, he's not going to get reelected. And it's all because he gave the unconditional support for Netanyahu and his fascist government. But now they're learning we have those numbers. So the way they would know it is when you activate, meet, call. How many of you have called their members of Congress? How many of you have responded with emails? Do it every day. If not every day, every other day. You can do it, by the way. Because as long as they keep hearing from us, and get on the email list. Make sure you sign up with JVP, with AMP, with Cair, with MAS, because you're going to get it from all of them, and you respond to all of them. Yeah, it's okay. Because they're going to hear it and pay attention to it. Participate in the boycotts. If you know a company specifically supports the Israeli military, and they're sending free food to the IDF or whatever, boycott. But I would say be careful. I mean, I get lists with about 500 companies to boycott. It's like, okay, we're going to starve, right? Boycotts don't work that way. You have to be laser focused. It was tried during the apartheid regime of South Africa, and it's being tried now. Focus on 1 or 2 major ones, and let the message get, I know Sadaf, for example, they claim they're so, Sadaf food, right? They say they support Israel. Let's focus on that. You go to every supermarket that exists in the area, especially the ones that are owned by Muslims, Mediterraneans, Armenians, etc., and go and tell them, if you continue to sell Sadaf products, I'm going to boycott your place. And maybe we'll have a sit-in outside. Then they will stop. And then you declare victory. Then you go to the next one. But if you do everything, you don't do anything. That's what happens. And I have a feeling, actually, much of this long list of 500 companies to boycott is being prepared by Zionists for the purpose of making us feel like, you know what, there's nothing we can do, to make us feel demoralized. So focus one at a time, and we'll make that difference. Last but not least, be part of coalitions and don't be intimidated. That's what they're going to try to do. They're going to intimidate you. I know people who are getting messages, phone calls. I was called by somebody who got a call from Israel saying, we know what you're doing. We saw your social media. If you don't stop, you're going to have to take care of it the way we know, the way we can handle it. They can't do anything. They just blabber, right? They've been, for 30 days, couldn't even take a street in Gaza. Just the blabber, right? So don't let them intimidate you. This is your free speech. You're protected by the law. If they cross the line, we'll report it to the FBI, we'll report it to the police, report it to Cair. We can handle it. Where there's strength in number, you're not alone. Millions and millions of decent Americans and decent people around the world. You saw the protest. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands, 300,000 in DC just last week. 2 days ago in London, 400,000 people. And this is just the people who decided to come on the street. Many more are not on the street. So we are the majority. And don't let them intimidate you from speaking truth on social media, with your friends, etc., etc. And last but not least, I think this is my second last but not least, is support the real last but not least. Please support campaigns that help change the public opinion. And I would leave with that because, alhamdulillah, we launched many others have done great things. There are banners going on, billboards. What we've done, we've launched a campaign on social media to place ads and videos where people will see it, even if they're on YouTube, they're on Facebook, on Twitter. So they get some information about what is happening in Gaza and a call to action to support the ceasefire. It is not that expensive. Actually, for $250, $300, we can reach 10,000 people in California. 10,000 people for $300, $250. If you can support it, we have the envelope outside. I'm not going to do a heavy fundraising or anything. But actually, it makes a huge difference. Our goal is to reach 1 million people. 1 million people. That's about $30,000. Not a lot of money. Alhamdulillah, almost half of it has been collected. So imagine if we cover 1 million people, and I'm working with people in Texas and Illinois and Michigan. If every community does that, we can reach 40, 50 million people in America. Not everybody's going to buy into it. Some people say, no matter what, I don't care. But enough people on the fence might say, you know what, yeah, I want to learn more. Let me click on this and find out more. So that is part of the solution, inshallah. Thank you very much. I think we have like a few more minutes before we break for Maghrib.
Everyone listen to the time guidelines. but that's typical. It's okay. So I just, before we give a few minutes for Q&As for Hussam or for the other panelists while they're still with us, I just wanted to plug a Palestine Advocacy one-on-one webinar that Cair, along with the ACLU and Rethink Media, is hosting on Thursday. You can find that information, I believe, on our Instagram and our website, and you can register for that webinar. More detail about how you can know your rights and amplify your impact. And then also, Chamya has food outside after this event. I know that you all have probably worked up an appetite, so support the vendors outside. And then Baraka Cafe is there for your caffeine needs. Thank you so much, Hussam, for all of those amazing tips. Always a wealth of knowledge when you are educating us. So I'm going to go ahead and get started with the questions.
Assalamu alaikum. I had a quick question about the boycotting specifically because I've seen lots of lists going around, and I personally don't know how to verify whether a company is actually supporting Israel or they're not, or what the situation is. There have been a few that are, you've seen McDonald's, we've seen Starbucks. So how do we know, collectively, which ones are we targeting so we know to boycott those, and which ones are, not going to be worth our effort?
Yeah, I would say, I'm not going to answer about each one of them because, for example, McDonald's, the anger happened because McDonald's and Israel offered free meals to all the IDF soldiers, right? For me, I don't even call them, there's not a defense force. It's IOF, it should be, right? Israeli Occupation and Offensive Forces. But it does not, I'm not promoting McDonald's or anything, but I don't think that applies to every McDonald's because it's like a franchise, right? Like they did it there, and then in response to it, the McDonald's and the Arab countries decided to send money in support of the poor in Gaza and so on. So, and it's difficult, right? I saw the list of every fast food, KFC, McDonald's, Carl's Jr., Pizza Hut, Domino's. I think it is difficult for me. That's my personal opinion. Go on AMP's, American Muslims for Palestine site. I think they've listed things. For example, boycotting dates. The Ramadan is coming up soon. Boycotting dates from the West Bank settlements. Yes, that's a must. Like, I wouldn't go and buy any dates because these settlements are illegal. These settlements are stealing land of the Palestinians. They're probably stealing their palm trees and date trees, right? So that is an easy one. Starbucks, actually, I think is worth boycotting because their policies, including their CEO, had been very pro-Israel, defending Israel, promoting Israel. And if the board of directors cannot put a leash on this CEO, then they have to deal with the loss of business because that's different than McDonald's one branch. Things like that, I think, is better. And I think the local, as I said, Salaf is an example. And it's easy one because the reason it's easy, because think about it, there is an alternative to it. Like, yes, instead of buying, Israeli settlement pickles, we can get Egyptian pickles or Palestinian pickles from Nablus or from Damascus or olive. You're not going to even feel that boycott from your end.
A list I think is very important is from the BNC, the Boycott National Committee, centered in Ramallah, which is a huge coalition of civil society groups. I think in the last day or two, they addressed the flood of emails we're getting with hundreds of companies and sorted it out. I don't have it memorized, but go to the BNC's website, the Boycott National Committee Inside Palestine, and I think they've been very strategic and very reliable. The dates, when I was there in May, we specifically toured the settler date production, those plantations that are also stealing water from Palestinian farmers and their olive trees, and then are marketing them in deceptive ways. And I think that is a really crucial, and AMP
Absolutely.
has been great at calling that out at Ramadan. So the BNC, the dates, and then I think that one of the most important boycotts is to pressure our colleges and universities to end study abroad programs inside the apartheid state. And I think that's if you have any connection to a college or university, make it clear that that is a crucial boycott. The Israeli universities are complicit. They are part of the war military complex. They train elite soldiers. They discriminate against Palestinians. And that is a prime target for BDS.
If you can address the protection of our students and our campuses and our schools from doxing, Islamophobia, and discrimination.
Yeah. It's going to be tough. I can tell you, we don't have the institutions, not CAIR, not AMP, not JVP, to deal with this onslaught on the students today. It's like, I wish we had that structure. But I think we are way better today than we were any time before. So we're dealing with a lot of these campuses issues. Some CAIR chapters are smaller than others. Alhamdulillah, here in LA, I'm very proud of our civil rights team. They've been responding almost every single campus and high school, actually. Students are facing challenges. You know, we just heard about the case in Corona del Mar in Newport, where 12-year-old kid said Free Palestine, got suspended from school, imagine. And then the schools themselves issue statement, we stand in solidarity with Israel and all that, like complete hypocrisy. So the key to it is work together. Part of the SJP, MSA, if there's JVP on their campus, meet with the school administration, the president, the other administrators, depending on which school they're in. Connect with CAIR. Let us know. Hold teach-ins. In my opinion, nothing can beat teach-ins. Better than protests. Protests are good. I've participated in all of them. But protests are mostly for us. It's just therapy, right? We go there and send the message we're all together. But it doesn't move the needle. The needle is moved through teach-ins. If you invite these esteemed speakers or others, we can give you a list of people to various campuses. Imagine UCLA, USC, and then students start showing up. It is difficult to shut down these programs. For protest, yeah, they can claim things because I've seen it. I'll tell you. I've seen people who come in, they're not part of the protest. Agent provocateurs. They come with weird signs. I mean, I have to keep an eye on. When I attend every protest, I'm catching 5-6 people with signs that nobody agrees with. Kill the Jews. Hitler was right. What the heck? What is this? Nobody says that. Who are you? And they run away. They're not part of the group. So, or sometimes, and it's important, there are white supremacists who hate Israel, not for the good reasons, because of their anti-Semitism. They're not our friends. They hate us as well, right? They hate us probably more. So protests are a little bit dangerous. I'm still for them, but continue to be activated. So for those who have had a challenge, contact CAIR. We'll take the case. We'll see how we can handle it. Unfortunately, many of these websites, doxing websites, are being operated from Israel. So there's not much jurisdiction in terms of shutting it down. But at least we can get them support from the school, from various student groups. And at the end of the day, I want to say something. There is never going to be trouble-free activism for justice. Never. I wish I can promise you're going to be 100. No. You know what we're doing? We're doing it for a good cause. People are giving their lives for their dignity, for their future, for their hope in Palestine. We're getting some heat. As Muslims, we know Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the provider, right? I mean, I got a call from one of the students in Harvard, said, she had a job offer from a major law firm, and now, it got revoked because she stood, in solidarity with the Palestinians. Said, we're going to try and we're going to work hard, but trust me, if you're a good student and you're graduating from Harvard, they're going to be 999 law firms begging for you. Yes, maybe 20 Zionist-owned ones, they're going to say no, they're lost. Actually, I know a Zionist-owned law firm hiring Palestinian activists. Say, why do you do that? So they're good attorneys. Why would I care about their politics, right? So that's why I want to make sure people realize that's going to be some heat. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us that, right? It's part of the test.
Would you encourage us to contact the president?
Absolutely.
And also student affairs and kind of email them or
absolutely. And as parents, you have to do that. Not this better. You have to do that. We encourage you to call the school. Show up. Because I'll tell you what ADL does. ADL is good at training all the supporters and apologists for Israel to complain if you sneeze next to them, right? They're going to say, oh, complain. And the truth is, anti-Semitism exists and Islamophobia exists. And we're against both. because no student should face, for me, even those who support Israel should not be intimidated in such a way. That's not acceptable. Schools should be a place where kids, youth, develop their identity, debate, without fear of being threatened, intimidation, etc. Even those who support things I disagree with. And I want it for our people. So yes, as parents, make sure you call. As mosques, as leadership, as Cair, we continue to do that. We have template letters on the Cair website. Cair published a resource guide on the website. You can see it. One of the templates is a letter that you can send to the schools telling them about your concerns. Inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum. So I had a question as far as our long-term efforts, because the bombing will end. We know, just by physics, it will eventually end. And it will probably come off the map and radar for many people, including our own community. So I wanted to know, how do we change these leaders, these institutions? What's our long-term effort? There's a very popular khatib who said, we need to pump money into an organization equivalent to APAC in order for us to see any real change. So I just wanted your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I definitely agree. There is no other solution for us because we are probably the most unique community in the world today as Americans, and specifically American Muslims compared to other Muslims around the world. There are 2 billion Muslims in the world, right? No other Muslim in the world has a more important and unique role more than us. Why? Because the funding, the supplying, the support, the green light of that ugly occupation comes from here. Our tax money, our missiles, our veto power that we do, shamefully and immorally. So our role, people in Qatar and Saudi Arabia and Indonesia and Pakistan and Malaysia can eventually help rebuild Gaza. They can eventually send the food and the medicine when Israel decides that the people of Gaza deserve to live, right? But none of them can shape you as foreign policy. None of them. Only us. So somebody was asking about which relief organizations do I recommend? And those of you who know me, I volunteer my time with all the relief organizations. And I speak at their events and I raise money for them. But I would say, on the issue of Palestine, the more important dollar is the dollar you invest here to build what Sister Sabiha is talking about. To build a movement, sustainable movement, with an infrastructure that will continue not to react to another massacre in Gaza, but to change the whole thing. The way people see this thing. So for me, if you have $10 to spend, I would say spend $9. Divide it up between AMP and JVP and Cair and another organization maybe that will form to do a PAC work and whatever it is, and then send $1 to Gaza. I know it sounds harsh, but I can tell you because for your $1, they're going to come $500 from Qatar and Saudi Arabia and Malaysia and whatever it is. Their money, that's all they can do. Their money, for us, our money is very limited and has a very unique role. So for me, that is where it is. I know it's going to be difficult to change our mindset because we all give when we see the image of an orphan, we're going to give everything. But you know what my goal is? I don't want this person to become an orphan. I don't want anybody to become an orphan anymore. I want to prevent. And actually, if we continue to do that, this orphan, if he's not killed tomorrow, next year, Israel will kill them. So I don't want, when they mow the lawn, right? They call it. So we want to make sure we prevent that. The way to do it is make sure we run for office, we support good candidates, and I'm not endorsing any candidate because, non-profit, Cair, masjid. But if you know of a good candidate who stands for the ceasefire, make sure they don't lose their seat. Support them, send them funding, volunteer on their campaign, do phone banking for them. And build the institutions.
We're going to take one more question, but before we do, I just want to plug Cair a little bit more because, as the sister said, there's all these incidents happening on campuses and perhaps in the workplace. Please report those to Cair and to other hate crimes agencies or hate incident tracking agencies because we need that information. The Zionists are very good at recording any small thing that happened that they think is in the name of anti-Semitism. But our communities tend to just take it because we think, oh, somebody yelled at us, no big deal. But we need to track all of those incidents because it really shows the hostility that our community is facing in the backlash of events like these and then throughout the years because of the fact that we've been vilified for so long. So I just want to make sure people are aware that we have an intake form on our website. You can submit that information anytime, any time of day, or you can call us and leave a message, and we can take that information. This person's hand was up for a while, so I'm going to take him. I'm sorry, and the others can approach our speakers after.
I just want to thank you for all your guys' wisdom. Me and my peers are trying to start an SJP at Cal Poly Pomona. I just wanted to draw.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. Thank you. We just want to draw a distinction between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. We're getting a lot of sentiment equating Israel and Netanyahu to Hitler. Would that be considered anti-Semitic to their people, or should we allow that to continue on our campus?
Would it be considered offensive and anti-Semitic to compare Israel and Netanyahu to Nazi Germany and Hitler?
I don't consider that anti-Semitic. I would want to follow the previous comments. I think you want to be strategic. That may not be the best first analogy. I wouldn't avoid it, but I would step back and think about what's going to win hearts and minds. And I don't know enough about the context, and I have used that. But I think after you use that, you don't have further to go. So that may be where you end rather than where you start. I think South African apartheid is probably a better starting point. U.S. Jim Crow for inside 48. So no, it's not anti-Semitic, but your words of wisdom, we have to be disciplined and strategic, not always give in to saying the fiercest thing first. We can exchange emails. I would like to be in touch with you. Cal Poly is right near us in Claremont. We care deeply about it. I would love to see an SJP chapter there. So that's my second part of the answer is let's exchange contact information. And I'll just also say, don't let anybody tell you that it's anti-Semitic to say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. I say it proudly.
Since Maghrib is in a few minutes, I'm going to ask Brother Hussam to make a closing dua, a closing prayer. And thank you so much to all of our speakers. We are so blessed to have you share your knowledge, your experience, your wisdom with us. And I think you all have displayed some of your contact information. But if anybody does want to engage with the speakers further, then I think they'll stick around for a little bit for those who would like to do that.
All right, Jazakumullah khair. Thank you. We'll make it very, very brief. And as I said, on the way out, if you're leaving or after Maghrib, please consider making a contributions towards the advocacy campaign we're doing for Palestine. Everything we will raise, you do it online, there's an option that says Palestine advocacy will go towards that. Producing material, organizing teachings, supporting the students, and as I said, the digital marketing campaign. Inshallah, we conclude with the dua. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك نشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت نستغفرك ونتوب إليك. Oh Allah, one of the worst things that could happen to somebody is not being able to see falsehood from truth, justice from injustice. This is probably the worst punishment a person can get, because imagine you become part of an injustice, your whole life and your hereafter. So the beautiful dua we learn from the Prophet ﷺ is Allahumma arina al-haqqa haqqa warzuqna ittiba'ah wa arina al-batila batilan warzuqna ijtinaba. Oh Allah, give us the wisdom, the knowledge, the courage to see wrong, falsehood, injustice, or start with the truth. To give us the courage and the knowledge and the wisdom to see truth and follow it and be advocates for it. Give us that courage and wisdom to be advocates for it. And also give us the wisdom and the clarity to see injustice and falsehood, to abstain from it and stand against it. This is the best for us, the benefit. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we ask Allah to bless our brothers and sisters in Palestine, and especially our brothers and sisters in Gaza. May Allah accept all their dead ones as martyrs. May Allah give comfort to the parents and the loved ones of those who lost loved ones. May Allah give them that patience that is difficult in these moments. May Allah grant cure, shifa, recovery to all those who are sick. May Allah give them courage and steadfastness as they continue to deal with one of the most barbaric attacks and onslaughts in recent history. May Allah give us the ability, the courage, and the determination to be an amplification of their brave voices. May Allah continue to inspire us through their perseverance and their steadfastness as they protect themselves and their land and their honor. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who is the most just, hold those who are committing injustice accountable in this dunya, in this life, and in the hereafter. May we witness that justice, and may Allah guide those who are engaged in supporting and enabling injustice. May Allah guide them to see the wrong of what they're doing, and if they refuse to see that guidance, may Allah hold them accountable in this dunya and in the hereafter. وآخر دعوانا الحمد لله رب العالمين وصل اللهم على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه والتابعين. السلام عليكم. If I can recommend, I think I lost the microphone. No, not yet. I encourage everybody to become a member of JVP. Honestly, the information they share is very focused, very helpful. So you can get the information from that or do it online, inshallah.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله.
لا إله. استووا استقيموا. Please make straight lines. الله أكبر. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. هو الله الذي لا إله إلا هو عالم الغيب والشهادة هو الرحمن الرحيم. هو الله الذي لا إله إلا هو الملك القدوس السلام المؤمن المهيمن العزيز الجبار المتكبر سبحان الله عما يشركون. هو الله الخالق البارئ المصور له الأسماء الحسنى يسبح له ما في السماوات والأرض وهو العزيز الحكيم. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. والتين والزيتون وطور سينين وهذا البلد الأمين لقد خلقنا الإنسان في أحسن تقويم ثم رددناه أسفل سافلين إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات فلهم أجر غير ممنون فما يكذبك بعد بالدين أليس الله بأحكم الحاكمين الله أكبر سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر السلام عليكم ورحمة الله السلام عليكم ورحمة الله
Assalamu alaikum. Hope everyone enjoyed the Cair event that happened earlier today. Right now, we will be having an event with Zaytuna and Imam Zaid, who is here. That'll be right after Sunnah prayer today, right here back at the masjid. And the sisters are welcome back inside the main hall. So again, thank you for Cair and Hussam, Ayloush, and all the friends of Cair that came out today for a very informative lecture. But this time, we are going to have a program with Zaytuna and Imam Zaid. Imam Zaid Shakir came all the way from Northern California. Please stay back if you can and participate with us this evening. The cafe will also be open if you'd like to get yourself a coffee. And also, Chamia is here for dinner. Chamia is a vendor. Both of them are located to my right. If you're here for the first time, to my right, there's a coffee shop and a vendor for dinner. So please come back in about 5 minutes. We're going to start with the Zaytuna program. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. We're very grateful to be here tonight. Thank you so much for this Islamic Society of Orange County for hosting us. My name is Manal, and I am the Bay Area Development Manager for Zaytuna College. Zaytuna College is the first accredited Muslim liberal arts college in North America. We have 2 degree programs, BA in Islamic Studies and Liberal Arts and MA in Islamic Texts. Our students graduate free of the burden of debt, alhamdulillah, thanks to our donors who support us, who've been supporting us over the years. Tonight, we're here because Imam Zaid Shakir, Professor Emeritus at Zaytuna College and one of the co-founders of Zaytuna College, he'll be speaking to us about the struggle of our Palestinian brothers and sisters. His talk is entitled Palestine, a Moral Crisis for the World. We hope that you benefit from his talk and words of wisdom. And if you'd like to learn more about Zaytuna College, I'll be outside in front of a table, so please come talk to me. We have many amazing programs and many amazing initiatives happening at the college, and we would welcome your questions, and if you'd like to support us, we'll be very grateful for that. And for now, I'd like to invite Imam Zaid Shakir to start the speech, inshallah.
Inshallah. Got it. Yeah. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيد المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك ولعظيم سلطانك. سبحانك لا نحصي ثناء عليك أنت كما أثنيت على نفسك. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله وصحبه وسلم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. You have to excuse my voice. I don't know what happened to it. I went on vacation this morning after Fajr, mysteriously. Hopefully we'll get through this. Just to start, to provide a little context, one of the greatest tests we face as Muslims is the test of our truthfulness. And when we say the test of our truthfulness, we really immediately enter into a moral territory. Morals and ethics deal with standards for determining what's right, fit, and proper, and what's wrong and or improper. And so truthfulness is right and proper, and lying is improper. So one of the great tests we face as Muslims, as believers, is the test of truthfulness. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions in the Quran, بعد أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ألف لام ميم أحسب الناس أن يتركوا أن يقولوا آمنا وهم لا يفتنون ولقد فتنا الذين من قبلهم فليعلمن الله الذين صدقوا وَلَيَعْلَمَنَّ الْكَاذِبِينَ. So Allah says, do people think they will be left alone, merely saying we believe and not be tested? We tested those who preceded them in order that we would show which of them are truthful and which of them are liars. So there's the great test of truthfulness. So are we true when we say we support
Palestinians and other oppressed people. But in this particular crisis, the Palestinian people have been placed front and center. And I say people because the Palestinians are not exclusively Muslims. There's significant Christian Palestinian population. And prior to the creation of the modern nation state of Israel in Palestinian land, there were a significant number of Palestinian Jews who lived in peace and harmony with their Muslim neighbors. We should be clear on that. And many of whom denounce not just the atrocities being committed since 1948 with the inception of the creation of the State of Israel, but they denounce the Zionist project itself as having no real theological roots in Judaism. And some, even here, might dispute that, but that's an indisputable fact. It's an indisputable fact. In any case, so we're tested, my brothers and sisters, just as the Palestinians are being tested. Our brothers and sisters in Palestine, before just let me return to my introductory remarks. We know amongst the proof of the existence of our Christian brothers and sisters amongst the Palestinians is the bombing of the Ahli Hospital. This was a Christian hospital which created so much furor at the time. I think at this point, Israelis don't even care anymore, IDF. But then they're bombing hospitals left and right. They're dropping the equivalent of, at that point, half an atomic bomb on Gaza, destroying hospitals left and right. Where someone said, oh, that one's a Christian hospital. Oh, those optics aren't very good. No, it wasn't us. We bombed everything else. We bombed all the other hospitals, but not that one. Of course, that's been refuted, but just to emphasize Christian hospital. In the immediate vicinity, they destroyed one of the oldest Christian churches on the face of the earth, the Greek Eastern Orthodox Church that dates back to 407 AD. Destroyed. Masjids destroyed. The Islamic University destroyed. Masjid Khalid bin al-Walid destroyed. Other churches destroyed with wanton impunity. And in the face of all of the death and destruction, our Palestinian brothers and sisters are tested with the test of sabr, of patience. And we can affirm that they are passing that test with flying colors. Because in the face of the death and destruction, the mother holding a baby in her arms, a baby with skin burned off of his body by white phosphorus, some other munitions, saying, Alhamdulillah, La ilaha illallah. And even people in the West witnessing the resilience, the steadfastness, the depth of the faith of our Palestinian brothers and sisters are inspired to find out where that strength comes from. They're Muslims. It must come from the Quran. And you find thousands of people right now in our country picking up the Quran. Most, if not all of you, know of this young lady, African-American lady, Megan Rice. She sees the images of the carnage. And then she sees the resilience, the steadfastness, the strength, the dignity of the people in the face of that carnage. So she picks up the Quran and starts reading it. She's amazed by the message. She creates a TikTok group. And she gets 5,000 other people to come on with her reading the Quran. And the message sinks into our hearts. And in the face of all of the anti-Muslim propaganda that this crisis has dug up, a few days ago, she says, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. Another Jewish TikToker in Chicago, Illinois, the same thing. And a couple of days ago, at the hand of my dear friend, Dr. Ali Diyat, at Tatlif in Chicago, this young lady who grows up in a Jewish home, says Ashad in the face of all of the anti-Muslim propaganda, in the face of all of the lies and distortions. She says, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Thousands of others. I'll read you a text message that I got this morning. No, I won't, because my phone is in Brother Masood's car. Perhaps when he returns, he'll bring me my phone. I'll share this message with you. I'll summarize it. A couple weeks ago, I get a call from one of the active members of our local masjid. There's a young man in Virginia, he's interested in Islam. So, could you talk to him? So, I talked to the young man. We go back and forth a little. He's in Virginia, so I'll find you an Imam in Virginia, someone who can follow up with you. And this morning, I got a text message from this young man. His name is Chris. He said, I went to Jummah Friday and I took my Shahada. I got another message this morning or yesterday. Someone who says, I'm currently in Stamford, Connecticut, but I come back and forth to go do some things at Zaytuna, maybe teach an intensive class or something, give a lecture, office hours with the students. I'm on my way there tomorrow. Do you know anyone in Stamford, Connecticut? There's someone there who wants to take Shahada. All over this country, my dear brothers and sisters, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is in charge of this affair. And Allah's wisdom is penetrating. Focus on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and focus on our test. The test of our brothers and sisters in Palestine, as we mentioned, is the test of patience. Will there be patience in the face of these calamities? Patience in the face of their losses. All of the losses mentioned in one verse, and other verses mention other losses. Allah Ta'ala informs us in Surah Al-Baqarah, وَلَنَبْلُوَنَّكُمْ بِشَيْءٍ مِّنَ الْخَوْفِ وَالْجُوعِ وَنَقْصٍ مِّنَ الْأَمْوَالِ وَالْأَنفُسِ وَالثَّمَرَاتِ وَبَشِّرِ الصَّابِرِينَ الَّذِينَ إِذَا أَصَابَتْهُمْ مُصِيبَةٌ قَالُوا إِنَّا لِلَّهِ وَإِنَّا إِلَيْهِ رَاجِعُونَ. Those, we will surely test you. Wallahi. So, وَلَنَبْلُوَنَّكُمْ لَامَ الْقَسَمِ وَلَنَبْلُوَنَّكُمْ نون التوكيد والتقدير والله وَلَنَبْلُوَنَّكُمْ. I swear by Allah, surely we're going to test you with something of fear and hunger and loss of lives, of wealth and lives and fruits, the fruits of your field and the fruits of your labor. Give glad tidings to those who patiently persevere. Give glad tidings to those who patiently persevere. Many of our brothers and sisters are in fear. They're human. They're not machines. They're not inanimate like this desk. They feel. They're challenged. They bleed. They suffer. There's fear. The fear doesn't keep them or prevent them from being steadfast. But there's fear. But it doesn't overwhelm them. بِشَيْءٍ مِّنَ الْخَوْفِ, with some degree of fear, but not enough to overwhelm the believer. وَالْجُوعَ, and hunger. And we know the hunger that's happening now. Food cut off. Drinking water cut off. Medicine cut off. Electricity cut off. Periodically, internet access cut off. Well, so there's hunger. Many of us heard the moving, riveting testimony of the young nurse who was able to leave, who said she'll go back in a heartbeat. She talked about the hunger. She talked about the thirst. She talked about the fear. But it didn't overwhelm her, just as it didn't overwhelm her Palestinian host, who said they gave her their ration of water. They gave her their ration of food. لا إله إلا الله. وبشر الصابرين. There's fear, there's hunger. والنقص, and there's loss. من المال, loss of wealth. والأنفس, أموالي, wealth, loss of life. والأنفس, والثمرات, loss of the field. The fruits, rather, of the fields, the olive groves bulldozed and bombed. And the fruits of labor, institutions that were built over the course of a lifetime. If you go to Palestine, probably more than anywhere else in the Muslim world, you see the following sign. Jam'iyatul Khayriyya Fulaniya, the charitable organization of this, that, or the other. Jam'iyatul Khayriyya, a charitable people, a giving people. Hospitals, clinics, pharmacies, schools, nurseries. The fruits of the labor being destroyed, wiped out by a single bomb. And they forge on. They forge on. We see it all. وَبَشِّرِ الصَّابِرِينَ. Give glad tidings to those who persevere. We extend our glad tidings to the people of Palestine who are persevering in the face of these atrocities. Our test is the test of shukr, the test of gratitude, thankfulness, the sabr wa shukr. Our test is the test of gratitude. We have food. We have water. We have clean water. We have safety. These are gifts from Allah. فَلْيَعْبُدُوا رَبَّ هَذَا الْبَيْتِ الَّذِي أَطْعَمَهُم مِّن جُوعٍ وَآمَنَهُم مِّنْ خَوْفٍ. Let them worship the Lord of this sacred house, who has fed them and driven hunger away from them, and has made them secure from fear. Those are great blessings. Don't feel guilty, brothers and sisters. When you eat, don't feel guilty. I'm eating and my brother and sister in Palestine is starving. Don't feel guilty. Be thankful. وَإِذْ تَأَذَّنَ رَبُّكُمْ لَإِن شَكَرْتُمْ لَأَزِيدَنَّكُمْ وَلَإِن كَفَرْتُمْ إِنَّ عَذَابِي لَشَدِيدٌ. And when your Lord proclaimed, if you give thanks for my blessings, I will increase you in those blessings. And if you reject those blessings, you should know my punishment is severe. So don't feel guilty, feel thankful, feel blessed. But understand there's shukr owed in the blessing. The shukr is, when we have the dinner tonight, there shouldn't be a single morsel of food thrown into the trash. Sometimes as Muslims, we have our events and the dumpsters filled up with wasted food that people put on their own plates. It's not like I made your plate or you made mine, and I just gave you too much. We make our own plates, and then that's not shukr. Not a single morsel of food should be in the trash. It should be on our plate and go from our plates into our mouths, from our mouths into our stomachs. And whatever's left over should be taken to the local homeless shelter. Taken to the local shelter. Taken to the local feeding center. And I know they have ample ones in this neighborhood. I know. You don't have to tell me. I know. I've driven through. Whether it's an Anna Slime, Anna Crime. I didn't make the name up. Just saying. Shukr. Shukr, shukr min jins al-ni'mah. The shukr is categorical to the blessing. Many of us have great wealth. Share that wealth with our brothers and sisters. Share that wealth to a reasonable extent. Don't give it all to Palestine, I'm telling you. Give some. And give some to build here. Because if we stop building, who's going to educate all of these people coming into Islam? It takes money. We have to hire teachers. We have to print literature. New literature for new people who have new challenges. So some of the old literature that above and beyond the basics of the religion isn't going to suffice. Shukr is maintaining a sense of appreciation for the blessings. Many Muslims today are depressed and downtrodden, as if their house was bombed. It's one thing to empathize with our brothers and sisters and to feel their pain. And it's another thing to just want to give up. It's another thing to just want to stop. It's another thing to not have the ability to uplift your fellow brother and sisters. Some people, their nature is they're very emotional. So they are affected, but who's going to lift them up? If everyone's depressed, everyone just wants to pack up and leave. A lot of people, I can't stay here. My tax dollars are paying for this. My tax dollars are building bridges and fixing the highway. إِنَّمَا الْأَعْمَالُ بِالنِّيَّاتِ. What's your niyyah when you pay your zakat? Billions of dollars are going for infrastructure, just as billions are going for bombs. My niyyah is for the infrastructure, not for the bombs. إِنَّمَا الْأَعْمَالُ بِالنِّيَّاتِ. Actions are based on their intention. Brothers and sisters, if you are depressed to the point you're paralyzed, you can't even begin to think about what you're going to do, the terrorists have won. They say, don't let the terrorists win. The terrorists have won. I'm talking about the state-sponsored terrorism. The state-sponsored terrorists who are bombing babies and women and hospitals and churches and masjids and schools and colleges. The state-sponsored terrorists have won. If you want to pack up and leave, the state-sponsored terrorists have won. Right when the tide is starting to turn. You think those terrorists aren't worried by those huge, unprecedented numbers turning out to demonstrate? You think those terrorists aren't concerned when they look at the demographic breakdown of the support for the Zionist project? And the younger you get, the less the support gets. You think the terrorists aren't concerned by the growing number of Muslims who see their first Qibla under threat? It's a major sin, a kaba'ir. Amongst the major sins, at-tawalli yawm zahf. To turn and flee on the day the troops are advancing in battle. We're on the front line. We're advancing in battle. For anyone with malintent, we're not talking about a physical battle. That's not our struggle. We're talking about an intellectual battle. We're talking about a political battle. And we're the ones Allah has put here to wage that battle. We have to be steadfast, just as steadfast as our brothers and sisters in Palestine who have a different battle are steadfast. On our campuses, keep raising your voices. We know our young people on these campuses where their president, their administrators are threatening with expulsion if they just say free Palestine, anti-Semitism. Free Palestine, anti-Semitism. You're expelled. Don't go down silently. Sue them. Get legal help. Take the case to the Supreme Court if need be. That's our battle. That's why you should come to Zaytuna. You don't have to worry about the administration making you feel unwanted. I had to get the picture in for my sister Manal there. You don't have to worry about it. We love you. We're with you. Free Palestine. We give you extra credit grade. You do your paper at the end, Free Palestine, 10 extra points. I thought I failed. How could I pass? Well, it's the Free Palestine right at the bottom. Barakallahu feekum. Allah yatakabbal minkum. Allah bless all of our youngsters, our elders, our sisters. No, keep pushing. Keep struggling. That's our struggle. That's our test. And thank Allah. Thank Allah for the blessings. Thank Allah for the blessing of being able to speak out. And the dignity that our brothers and sisters are showing in Palestine, we have to show that dignity here. Because no one can take the dignity from you. When they made the movie about Muhammad Ali, our great champion, not just in the ring, more importantly, outside of the ring. One of the highlights, they had George Benson, the jazz guitarist, who's a good singer also. No matter what they take from me, how's it go, Tariq Subhani? No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity. We can only give it away. And each and every one of us should make a conviction in our hearts. I am not giving my dignity away. My dignity is not for sale. You can't buy it, and you can't take it. And I'm not going to give it away. And I take inspiration in that regard from my brothers and sisters in Palestine. It's a moral challenge for the world. Is the world beginning in the 20th century, at the time when all of the decolonization struggles were reaching their apex, reaching their height, the late 1940s into the 50s. The Algerian struggle, the struggle in many of the Africans and nations rather in Africa, Latin America is another situation, in Asia, Vietnam, the Malay archipelago, struggle against the Dutch, the Congo, King Leopold's ghosts. Are we going to say the immorality of the massacres, like the massacre at Deir Yassin, 70 other documented massacres, 500 villages, Palestinian villages, razed to the ground, 750,000 people forced into exile forcibly to create the state of Israel? That's a crime. To drive a people out of their land and then supplant them with another people. Not in 1650, not in 1735, not in 1819, in 1948, the middle of the 20th century. Are we going to say that crime was right? Are we going to say all the UN resolutions, 110, 330, all the others that guarantee the Palestinian people a right to return are to be thrown in the garbage, while people with no connection to the land simply say, I'm a Jew? Then you can come here and you can live. You can build a house on one of those destroyed villages, even though you have no connection to the land. That's right. Are we going to say that the 10,000 civilians who were killed to make this state possible, that they died in vain? Are we going to say that the 18,000 Lebanese and Palestinian civilians that were killed in 1982 when Beirut was mercifully bombed by the Israeli Defense Forces, the IDF, that's right? We could just forget it? Are we going to say that the Palestinian women and children and elderly people were massacred in Sabra and Shatila is to just be dismissed? The thousands of Palestinians who were killed since 2006, when Hamas was re-elected in an election set up by the United States and Israel, but they weren't supposed to win. And so we'll withdraw. You don't withdraw from a territory when you say everyone in that territory, we're going to almost starve to death. As the Israeli Interior Minister said, we're going to put them on a diet. Because we're going to put them on a diet. You control the calorie count of every individual. And you liberated and freed that territory? Every 2 or 3 years, 2,000 or so people bombed in these campaigns. You mentioned previously, cast lead, the iron fist, the this, the that, average of 500 children killed in each of these campaigns. culminating with what we see now. That's all just to be forgotten. It's wrong. It's morally wrong. And we should have the courage to say it's wrong. من رأى منكم منكرا فليغيره بيده. If you see something wrong, change it with your hand. We're not on the front lines there. We cannot change it with our hands. فَلَمْ يَسْتَطِعَ. If you're unable to do so, فَبِلِسَانِهِ. If unable to change it with your hands, with your tongue, we can speak out. We can write. We can inform. We can educate. We can petition. We have to think outside of the box. We don't control the media. You don't control the media, but you can control the message. A few that I keep forgetting to bring it. When we were at Claremont College Thursday night, one of the brothers, young Muslim brothers in the audience, had a newsletter that was being given out by some Christian organization. On the cover it said the Arabs are wild animals, are wild men. If when we were on college campus, if that happened, we would have printed our own rebuttal, point by point. We would have went into our pockets and paid for it. We can't just sit back and, oh, we don't have the media. We have creativity. We have gone to the masjid. We need $500 to print 1,000 of these things, and we're giving them out on the campus. And if anyone objected, we'll say, well, we're going to sue for discrimination. Because when they were giving this out, attacking the Arabs and the Muslims, you didn't say anything. Now that we're refuting it, you're going to protest? That's racial discrimination. They don't want to hear that. And we find a lawyer and we sue them. Don't sit back and think we can't do anything. The BBC did an excellent documentary on this situation, just like they did one on Modi. Some of you know about that one. That's been banned in India. It's so incriminating. What stops us from getting $500, get a DVD replicating machine, buy up 10,000 empty DVD, whatever you call the disc, DVD disc, and print out 10,000 of them. Go door to door, our neighbors, go on the campus and give them. What stops us? We have to think outside of the box. We have to think outside of the box. We have to be creative. Then we get strong, and then we get the help of Allah. You don't get the help of Allah sitting back and complaining. We don't get the help of Allah sitting back and just being depressed. Woe is me. We get the help of Allah when we stand up. What did Allah say about those young people in the cave? إِنَّهُمْ فِتْيَةٌ آمَنُوا بِرَبِّهِمْ وَزِدْنَاهُمْ هُدًى. They were young people who believed in their Lord. We increased them in guidance. وَرَبَطْنَا عَلَى قُلُوبِهِمْ إِذْ قَامُوا فَقَالُوا رَبُّنَا رَبُّ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ لَن نَدْعُوَ مِن دُونِهِ إِلَٰهًا لَقَدْ قُلْنَا إِذًا شَطَطًا. We strengthened their hearts. When did the help of Allah come? إِذْ قَامُوا, when they stood up. If they just stayed down, depressed, downtrodden, these Roman pagans are coming in and they're slaughtering our people and there's nothing we can do. No, they stood up. إِذْ قَامُوا. And they said, our Lord is the Lord of the heavens and earth. We'll have no other, we'll call on no other Lord besides him. Were we to do so, we would have said something totally unacceptable, out of bounds. إِذْ قَامُوا. Our brothers and sisters, we have to stand up. We have to think creatively. And you don't know how the help that Allah sends will manifest itself. وَلِلَّهِ جُنُودُ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ. Allah controls the forces of the heavens and earth. Allah controls the storehouses and treasuries of the heavens and earth. Allah will send you money, ideas, help, assistance in ways you can never imagine. But we have to stand up. Within our realm, we have to have a division of labor. Not everyone can be a hardcore activist. Sometimes we want everyone to be like us. Like, I'm out there, I'm demonstrating. Alhamdulillah, we need that. We need as many people as possible. But some people, we have to say, listen, you're not going to demonstration, you're not writing any articles, you're not going to speak on this. Why? Because you're talented, you're charismatic, you're persuasive, you understand your deen, and so we're going to groom you for public office. And if you're going into public office, if one day someone could say in 2023 at an anti-Zionist rally, they said, from the river to the sea, that's the end of your political career. So we have to protect you from that. We have to have a division of labor. Some people just, you know what your contribution to the struggle is? Keep making money. So you can pay for us to print those DVDs. That's your contribution. Keep making money. We charter a boat. When the humanitarian aid can get there, we can charter, not just write a check of $10,000 to this or that aid organ. We'll charter a whole boat and we'll fill it up with what the people need, the food, the medicine, and we'll send it over there. That's your contribution. We have to have a division of labor. And we have to have the maturity to respect people in their respective spaces. You know, they're a sellout. They didn't say anything. So, alhamdulillah, they didn't say anything. They're not going to jail with the rest of us. They can still stay, they can still function out here and get stuff done. Hey, this is real talk. This is real talk. We have to have maturity. We have to have maturity. We have to understand we're in a struggle. And we want people responding to what we do instead of us constantly responding reflexively to what they do. May Allah give us tawfiq. And may Allah Ta'ala bless us to be on the right side of history. May Allah Ta'ala bless us to tell people this is wrong. People are realizing it. May Allah give us the courage to accept if someone says, what I'm saying tonight is anti-Semitic, if condemning the murder of innocent people is anti-Semitic, I accept it. I accept it. The last time I checked, the Arabs were Semitic people. You want to know who the biggest anti-Semites are? They're the people murdering Semitic people with open, abject impunity. We don't have to accept someone else's definition that silences us, that ties our hands. May Allah give us tawfiq, taysir. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless us to do meaningful things to help our brothers and sisters. May Allah bless us to realize our greatest weapon is dua. Ad-du'a'u silahul mu'min. Prayer is the weapon of the Muslim, of the believer. The foundation, we have to believe uncompromisingly. We have to pray. We have to organize ourselves. We have to organize ourselves. Why are our politicians tripping over each other to endorse this genocide? Why is this lady in Florida saying, just kill them all? Candidate for public office or office holder, kill them all. Why are they doing that? Because they know they could do it without suffering any political or economic consequences. We have to organize ourselves so we can bring our money and our votes together and make people start paying. Starting with Joe Biden. You know, we say no justice, no peace. You know, what does that do to change anything? No justice, no peace. You want to know a slogan we should be shouting? No justice, no votes. No justice, no votes. Starting locally. All politics are local. We're all registering as Republicans in the primary. Primaries, most of these primaries, 4,000 or 5,000 people vote. You have some of these districts, 100,000 Muslims in it. So we're all going to vote Republican. We're going to end your career. Well, the Republicans are worse. We don't care. They'll get the message. They'll get the message. So these Muslims aren't playing. But to do that, we have to organize ourselves. We have to make sure every single eligible voter in our communities are registered to vote. You say, oh, I voted. Nothing changed. You voted with no strategy. You voted with 10% of the community voting. You get 100% registered with a strategy, and you'll see changes starting to happen fast, real fast. You say, we all vote against Biden, then the Republican. Man, Trump is so crazy, he might go and just, what happened when all this broke out? What did Trump say? His crazy self. Trump said, Hamas is smart, Netanyahu's an idiot. Didn't he? Am I making this up? I'm the only one that reads the papers. He said, Hamas is smart. Netanyahu is an idiot. Then they pulled Trump aside and they talked with him. He changed his tune. Man, he's so crazy, we might be able to go sit him down like, Trump, you want to be the greatest president in history? No president can solve it. Trump just create a Palestinian state. No. He's so like, the greatest I can mean. Man, Mount Rushmore, man, it'll be Teddy Roosevelt and Abraham Lincoln and George Washington, Donald J. Trump. Just create a Palestinian. That's all, Trump. Mount Rushmore waiting for you, man. He's so crazy, he might do it. Don't misunderestimate him. Bismillah. Allah give us tawfiq. But you do something like that, do you think the Republicans aren't going to notice? They say, hey, they did it to Biden, they could do it to me. I need to get more even-handed in how I approach this situation. I need to start showing these Muslims more respect. But to do those kind of things, we have to be organized. We can't just willy-nilly just wait for it to leave the news cycle, then our emotions die down because we don't see it on the news anymore. And then we just go back to the way we were, the status quo, antebellum. We have to work, once it leaves the news cycle, we have to work even harder. We have to organize, brothers and sisters. We have to have a strategic vision and a strategic plan. We have to come together across the racial, ethnic, social, economic lines that sometimes divide us up and be one unified community that has a mission. And you'll see things change. always be on the side of the right. The world is challenged. And you see responses that are unprecedented. You see nations in South Africa sending the Israeli ambassador home. Chile, Bolivia, Colombia. You see nations breaking off diplomatic relations with Israel. You see the UN, the head of the UN, calling out Israel for war crimes, crimes against humanity, blatant violation of international humanitarian law. You see, there's a tide of change, and we have to ride that tide. We have to ride that tide, my brothers and sisters. And inshallah ta'ala, Palestine will be free. And a free Palestine will be to the benefit of everyone living in the region, be they Jewish, be they Muslim, be they Christian, be they atheist. Probably most of the people in Israel are atheists. Probably the overwhelming majority. So may Allah bless us with a vision. May Allah Ta'ala bless us to get serious about the affair. May Allah Ta'ala bless us when all the smoke settles and everything's taken into account. May Allah Ta'ala bless us to be on the right side of history. May Allah bless you, bless your families. May Allah Ta'ala bless the rock of this community, Dr. Muzammil Siddiqui, with a long life, clear mind, good health. May Allah bless his children and his grandchildren. May Allah bless all of the other pillars of this community who I'm sure they started in someone's living room. And then it grew and grew and grew and grew and grew. And now look, Allahu Akbar. Allah continue to bless the community. May Allah bless all our brothers and sisters here in Southern California. May Allah protect us. There are a lot of unbalanced people out there. But may Allah protect us from them. May Allah Ta'ala bless the people coming into Islam to have a wonderful journey. And by Allah Ta'ala bless us to be a source of assistance for them. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. I turn it back over to the organizers, even though I don't know who they are. Oh, Sister Manel's the organizer. Okay, mashallah. I do know her. Barakallahu feekum. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alhamdulillah, I figured it out. Thank you so much, everyone. Jazakumullah khair for coming tonight. And may Allah reward you, Imam Zaid, for the timely reminders. We truly need to be strong as a community in every way, politically, strategically, intellectually, and spiritually. That is the way to keep ourselves strong so that we can help our brothers and sisters in Palestine and many parts of the world. Please come outside. I'll be by the table of Zaytuna College if you'd like to learn more about our programs. When Islamophobia is on the rise, we need to push back and tell them the real story, tell the world the real story of Islam. And we have at Zaytuna College, we have the Amir Stein Center. It's dedicated to promoting understanding of Islam. We invite scholars from other faith traditions to come and speak about Islam as evidenced by their research. These are people who spent decades studying Islam and Prophet Muhammad in our culture. But very recently, we had a 7-minute video that was released by, can you remind me of the name of the journalist?
Chris Hedges.
Chris Hedges. Yes, he talks about his experience in Palestine and Iraq to show the real people.
Is there some way to project it on the walls here?
If there's internet connection here, is there a computer we can?
Is there a computer we could? Would be a
Now
thing.
we need the organizers. Brother in the white thobe over there. Assalamu alaikum. Can you help me with something?
Can we project something from YouTube on the walls of the masjid here?
It's in the car. I have my phone. Can we hook it to the system?
Send him the link.
I'll send you the link. So I'll go help the brother pull the video for your.
So maybe while they're doing that, we can have a brief Q&A. I don't know if it's time for Aisha. Oh, do we pray?
We have
Aisha?
time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the Q&A while they're doing that, we show the video and then pray Isha, go home, get ready for school and work tomorrow. Yeah. Or comment, but no khutbahs.
Assalamu alaikum, brothers. Jazakallah
Wa
khair.
alaikum
As always, what would you advise young people, particularly students who on campuses, they're faced with the reality of the threats of expulsion, and others. Probably have heard there was a freshman in high school here who got suspended for 3 days, and it's just the tip of the iceberg. Real students at real universities are
Mhm.
being doxied, things like that. How would you advise them to be able to continue to defend the truth at the same time? It's easy to say, speak the truth, speak the truth, speak the truth, but the repercussions are real. So what would you advise for younger
You know, the repercussions are very real. I would advise assess your situation. Number one, if you deem that the consequences are too grave, hate it in your heart. Right? We said, speak out if you can, hate it in your heart. But if you're inclined to speak out, again, we have to organize. All of the students who have been threatened with expulsion get together across campus. And then let's say it's the UC system or the Cal State system. Consult your lawyers and examine the possibility of bringing a class action suit against the UC system, the Cal State system, for violating your First Amendment rights. And be prepared to go to the Supreme Court. So don't put yourself out there alone. When you go to talk to your administration, it's not like me, Ahmed Mustafa, standing against the collective weight of the UC system. It's me and 1,000 other students who have legal representation who are going to sue the UC system. Now you have a different conversation. And so it just goes back to organizing. And so that would be my advice. But I don't encourage anyone to do something to get yourself fired. Unless you're independently wealthy and you don't need the job. So assess your situation. Assess your academic plans. And then see how those fit into the consequences you might face. And then just weigh it out. But if you're inspired, I'm willing to fight this. These are my rights. And then fight it in an organized fashion, not as a single individual. So consult Cair for further instructions. Does that make sense, sir? Okay. I think another question while they're waiting. Yes, sir.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
So I understand that you're a veteran of the Air Force.
Yes, sir.
So I'm currently in the Navy. I've been in for 3 years. I became Muslim 2 years ago, and right now
Alhamdulillah.
it's kind of there's some internal unrest and feeling like I'm on the wrong side of history right now, and kind of having to morally navigate this. Now I'm an engineer. I'm not the one kicking in the doors, but even then, whichever way you cut it, I just haven't found peace and some resolve in my position right now, being active duty Navy.
My dear brother, take the fatwa from your heart. Istafti qalbak. It's not my place in your situation to say do A, B, C, and D. Take the istafti qalbak. Al-birru husnu khuluq. Righteousness is good character. وَالْإِثْمُ مَا حَاكَ فِي النَّفْسِ وَكَرِهْتَ and يطلع عليه الناس. And sin is what causes agitation in your heart and you wouldn't, in your soul, and you wouldn't want people to see you involved in it. So you just sit down and, take a fatwa from your heart, but don't feel guilty in the sense that all of us, to greater or lesser extents, are implicated. I mentioned Nia, build the bridges, etc., but at the end of the day, we're part of this machine. But the fact that we are puts us in a very good position in terms of recalibrating it. I wouldn't say destroy, recalibrating it so that it works for good and not for evil. So look at the whole big picture. Consult your heart and your soul. And then you make a decision that's best for you and your family. I would say if you're inclined to get out, finish your term so that you can get out with an honorable discharge and it's not going to affect you going forward. Anyone else? Comments. Doesn't have to be a question, comment. The sisters, make the sisters speak. Sisters, speak. I can't make my wife speak, though. She'll say, you forced me to speak, no dinner for a month. Other sisters, you have to speak.
So you touched up upon this a couple nights ago at our house, but I think it was really, really sage advice. Like if, a lot of people who are discontent with the situation here in America or any so-called non-Muslim country, they're always clamoring about, oh, we'll leave and, make hijrah, make hijrah, make hijrah. It's not really a realistic option or a very viable option for a lot of people. So how would you advise those people who are unhappy with whatever the policies, the framework, the narrative in certain countries, and their hearts disagree with it, but they want to go to other places, but they can't. What would you advise for people like those situations?
I give you the Booker T. Washington advice. So some of you are familiar with Booker T. Washington, great African-American builder who was very much into building institutions. He started Tuskegee Institute in Alabama. He was very practical. And he was oftentimes cast into a struggle with W.E.B. Du Bois, the great African-American intellectual, the first African-American to get a PhD from Harvard. And any case, and Booker T. Washington took a more, we have to educate ourselves, we have to understand the situation and not confine ourselves to menial jobs. We have to become part of the intelligentsia. We have to cultivate what he called the talented tenth to lift our people up. So in any case, Booker T. Washington, one of the phrases attributed to him, cast down your bucket where you are. Like the grass always looks green on this other side, the water is supposed to be sweeter on the other side, but you're here, get this water, cast down your bucket where you are. We're here, Allah has put us here for a reason, cast down your bucket where you are. The water might look sweeter, you might go to you go to a Muslim country, that country is even more blindly supportive of the Zionist regime than the United States. That country, there's no room for any dissent. Certain countries, there's no pro-Palestinian demonstration. Muslim countries, we could demonstrate here. We can petition our politicians. We can vote them out of office. We can establish our own education institutions. I was only partly joking when I said that's why you should come to Zaytuna. You know, we build our own colleges and universities where young people can come and they can comfortably be Muslim and they can comfortably identify with their struggling and oppressed Muslim brothers and sisters everywhere on earth without any concern of repercussions from the administration. Build our own, and we could do that here. So cast down your bucket where you are. You know, there's no easy, lazy man solution. A lot of us, we think we tweeted it, we shared it, we commented on it, we participated in the struggle. That's cheap, easy, and it's free. We have to spend money. We have to take risks. We have to sacrifice if we want things to change. And so we could say nothing's changing, look how bad it is, but we could say there are changes starting to happen. There are changes starting to happen. There is progress. 20 years ago, if someone said, or let's say in 2008 was real bad, or 2014, really bad Israeli operation in Gaza. If someone told you that there's a nurse who's going to have 10 minutes on CNN to tell everyone in America what she saw and experienced, it's crazy. She's not going to get past the censors. That happened. If someone told you after 2008 that, where's my man Tariq Subhani, how many Jewish people went and shut down Grand Central Station? 10,000? 10,000 Jews protesting in support of the Palestinians are going to shut down the largest transit station in this country. Shut it down for several hours. Crazy. But that happened. The floor of the Congress was taken over by Jews supporting Palestinian, American Jews supporting Palestinian rights. That happened over the course of the last few weeks. So there's change afoot. So I would say we have to cast down our bucket where we are. You think the water's sweeter somewhere else, you get over there, you look at the grass up close, it's not any greener. You see there's a lot of brown in it. Put your bucket down in salt water. Cast down your bucket where you are. This is where Allah put us. Qum haythu aqamaka Allah. Be where Allah placed you. We didn't place ourselves here. Allah placed us here. And don't leave until Allah takes you out. But if Allah takes us out, it's barakah. If we take ourselves out, there's no barakah. So be patient, struggle. I think it's time for the video. Tech support. Do your thing. And the whole picture disappeared now. Alhamdulillah, there we go. There we went. Question. Wait, yeah. If it's a sister, we gotta let her speak. Wa alaikum salam wa
Jazakallah
rahmatullah.
khair for your wise and uplifting words. You mentioned that a lot of people here are getting depressed and down by the news. Did you have any advice about how to keep our spirits up but stay in touch with what's going on?
If the news is getting you down, turn off the television, for starters. And some people say, no, watch it so you know we know what's going on. The news, they should call the olds. Because there's nothing new in the news. If you saw one bombed out scene, you've seen them all. You saw one wailing, suffering Palestinian mother, you've seen them all. So what's new? We know what's happening. We know what time it is. And if continuing to watch those scenes are going to paralyze us. Turn it off so we can have life. We can do something. Number one, turn it off, but don't just turn it off. فَفِرُّوا إِلَى اللَّهِ. Flee to Allah. Turn to Allah. You know, a lot of times we're so engrossed in these things, we forget about Allah. So many watching all these YouTube clips we get 10 clips per friend. We have 30 friends. That's 300 clips. You got to watch this one. And this one, so-and-so destroys the Israeli ambassador. I got to see the Israeli ambassador get destroyed. And you're watching clip after clip, and then no Quran, no dhikr, no dua, no community. We get strong through our hearts coming together. No hearts coming together, no one. We're just sitting in our bedroom watching these 300 clips. Okay, 183. And then that is traumatic. That we're internalizing the trauma, but we're not releasing it. You watch a bomb go off, you scream. We're not screaming, we're internalizing the trauma. Then when we turn it off, now it all comes back. So at a certain point, we have to like, you know what? I'm picking up my mushaf. I'm picking up my subha. Dhikr beads. I had some. Then Brother Masood's car with the phone. It's cool though. Even if you Salafi, get your subha. Ibn Taymiyyah's fatwa, yani, laha aslun fi sunnah. There's a foundation in the sunnah. The Sahaba in his present counted their dhikr with physical pebbles, date pits. وَمَا أَنْكَرَ عَلَيْهِمْ. He didn't deny them. So he said, if you put it on a string, la bats. But what's not good is putting it on your hand or your neck, like, I make dhikr, see. هذا فيه رياء. That is in volume 22 of the Fatawa. Allah give us all tawfiq, taysir. But turn to Allah. Don't use the supah, use your finger. La bats. But remember Allah. Pick up the mushaf. Have a wird from the Quran every day. I'm going to read a juz a day. If I can't read a juz, I'll read a hizb. Every day. And to keep the words of Allah. Read the Quran in English. If you don't conversantly understand Arabic, once you read your Arabic, if you are capable, read it in English. So that the meaning shapes your consciousness. Come to events. Go to demonstrations. Add your voice. Now we're doing things. We're not just sitting, internalizing all of this trauma. Allah give us tawfiq. Does that make sense, sister? Inshallah. Tayyib. Yallah. I take support. Here we go.
4 hours a day.
Can we dim the house lights a little bit? Yeah, there you go.
Omar Atman. We met in my house on Mount Hope. He would arrive with his book,
Yes.
garden, olives, peaches, apricots.
Can we go to the beginning? It didn't start at the beginning.
Yom fil mishmish, as we eat.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah, get the red ball all the way to the left. There we go. Take support. Come on. Now you're at the beginning now.
I studied Arabic 4 hours a day, 5 days a week. My Palestinian professor, Omar Atman. We met in my house on Mount Hope, overlooking the old city every week. He would arrive with his book, something from his garden, olives, peaches, apricots, or pistachios. He would patiently unshell as we worked, and then push towards Yom fil mishmish, he would say, as we eat. literally meaning tomorrow will be good time. We will eat. Given the long tragedy that has befallen the Palestinians, this phrase has converted into a wistful tomorrow will never come. Omar, a polyglot who spoke German, Hebrew, and English fluently, and who had worked as a teacher in the court of King Hussein in Jordan, was determined I would not only learn Arabic, but fully taste the formalities of Palestine. He drilled into me what to say when someone offered me food. Islamoid day, may God bless your hand. Or when a woman entered the room, now you light up. Or when someone brought a small cup of sugary Arabic coffee, kahwe day, a phrase that meant that we always drink coffee together on an occasion like that. Omar had a fondness. Lebanese child singer Remy Bondel. Fondness did not care, but on his insistence, I memorized lyrics of several of his songs. He told long, involved, shaggy dog jokes in Arabic and made me commit them to memory, although sometimes the humor was lost on me. It was armed with this cultural and linguistic fluency that I first reported from Gaza, carefully removing my shoes before entering the cramped, concrete hovels in Palestinian refugee camps. Hovels that on the inside were always immaculately clean. When a plate of rice, coffee was brought to me, I responded, politesse Omar taught me. The fact that I had taken the time to learn to be melted even the most suspicious of heart. It immediately opened the door to friendship that would last years. In March of 1991, I was in Basra during the Shiite uprising as a reporter for the New York Times. I had entered Kuwait for the Marine Corps and then left them behind to cover the fighting in. I was taken prisoner, the Iraqi Republican Guard, who in the chaos, the whole army unit expected to join the rebels, had ripped their Republican Guard patches off their uniforms so as not to be identified with the team of Saddam Hussein. I was studious and polite because of Omar, my interrogator. I swiftly struck up conversations with my guard. My facility in Arabic rendered me human. And when I ran out of things to say, I told the long, shaggy dog jokes taught to me. Perhaps it was my accented Arabic, but my guards found these jokes unfailingly amusing. I spent a week as a prisoner. I slept, ate with Iraqi soldiers, developed friendships with some, including the major who commanded the unit. And there were several moments, trapped in heavy fighting with the rebels, they shielded and protected me. One afternoon in the driving rain, I was seated in a Pajero Jeep, hot-wired and stolen by my Iraqi captors during the frantic flight in Kuwait City. We had stopped to fill our canteens from muddy puddles. All of the water purification plants had been bombed. The mock rainwater had already turned my own guts inside out. As I made my way to the brackish pools, I noticed a woman and two small children scooping up their hands to drink. I knew what foul water would do to these innocents. And in the cold downpour recited W.H. Auden's epitaph on a tyrant as a kind of quiet, unintelligible blessing. Perfection of a kind is what he was after. And the poet he invented was easy to understand. He knew human folly like the back of his hand and was greatly interested in army feats. When he laughed, respectable senators burst with laughter. And when he cried, the little children died in the street. I would hear the Iraqi soldiers whisper at night about what would happen to me once I was turned over to the secret police or Muhabarat, something they and I knew was inevitable and dreadful. That day came. I was flown on a helicopter to Baghdad, ended Muhabarat, whose dead eye, cold demeanor reminded the East Germans Stasi. There was no bantering. I was manhandled and pushed forcefully into a room and left there without food or water 24 hours. I awoke the next to the plaintive call to prayer, the Athan, as the first pale light crept over the city. God is greater. There is no God but Allah. Muhammad is the messenger of God. I went to the window and saw the heavily armed guard in the courtyard below. I did not know if he would live or die. At dawn, the women and often children climbed to the flat roofs in Baghdad to bake bread in rounded clay ovens. I was famished. I called out in Arabic to these women, I am an American journalist. I am a captive. I have not eaten. The mother fed to her young son who scampered across the roofs. A few hours later, I was turned over to the International Committee of the Red Cross and driven to Jordan for freedom. Where are they now? These men and women who showed me such compassion, who ignored the role my own country had played in their oppression, to see me as one of them. How can I repay this solidarity and empathy? How can I live to be like them? I owe Omar, I owe all these people, some of whom I did not know, the miracle of human kindness in my life. I am Chris Hedges for the Amir Stein.
Alhamdulillah.
MashaAllah. Very moving. I'd like to ask you a question. I always like to ask this question. What is one word that stood out to you from this video? Any volunteers? Please. Kindness. Very true. What else? Empathy. Jazakallah. Please. Respect. One last volunteer. Open-mindedness. Tolerance. MashaAllah.
Good. He said Salma Dik.
Yeah, mashallah. I just love the mother and the child. He sent her child over the roof just to hand him a loaf of bread. This is who we are as Muslims. We love to give. We're very generous. We're good-natured people. And this person was able to interact with very kind people at a time of extreme difficulty. And we all have that embedded in us and from different faith traditions. We just need to show that to the world. And that's what the Amir Stein Center is about. We are telling our own story in our own words. Because if we don't tell our story, someone else will do. And they don't always have our best interests at heart. So as you saw from this video, this is just one program of Zaytuna College. Every couple months, we release a new video to showcase the true nature of Islam. I encourage you to go to the website. It's Amir Stein Center. Watch the rest of the videos if you like. They're usually short, 5 to 7 minutes long. And if you'd like to support us in this great initiative, please speak to me outside. We have amazing ways to accept your support, inshallah. Jazakumullah khair.
Jazakumullah khairan. Alhamdulillah. Barakallah fikum. Allah bless everyone. Bless the masjid. Bless the community. Bless the brothers, the sisters, the children, the elders. May Allah Ta'ala bring us back together in good ways. إن الذي فرض عليكم القرآن لرادك إلى المعاد. Allah bring us back to the promised place of meeting. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيد المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. اللهم اجعل جمعنا هذا جمعا مرحوما وتفرقنا من بعد تفرقا معصوما ولا تدع عندنا ولا فينا ولا معنا شقيا ولا محروما. اللهم فرج عن أهل فلسطين. فرج عنهم يا الله. فرج عنهم يا الله. اللهم من أراد خيرا لهذه الأمة المحمدية فوفقه إلى كل خير، ومن أراد شر له وللمسلمين فخذه أخذ عزيز مقتدر، تجعل تدبيرهم تدميرهم إن لم يتوبوا. اللهم عليك بأعداء الإسلام، أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين. اللهم انصر أهل فلسطين، اللهم انصر أخواتنا المسلمات وأخواننا المؤمنين مسلمين، اللهم ارحمهم، اللهم حررهم يا الله، حرر أهل فلسطين يا الله، هذه الأرض المباركة يا الله، باركت فيه يا الله، فيها يا الله، فحررها يا الله، طهرها يا الله، قوي قومها يا الله، شعبها يا الله، فرج عنهم يا الله، واحميهم يا الله، فانصرهم يا الله، أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين. اللهم انصرنا في هذا البلد، واجعلنا من ناصريهم يا الله، من مؤيديهم يا الله، بالحكمة يا الله، والأعمال الإيجابية يا الله. أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين ببركة القرآن العظيم. يا الله بارك على أهل فلسطين يا الله، وعلى المسلمين في كل مكان يا الله، في كل زمان يا الله. اللهم انصر هذه الأمة يا الله، هذه الأمة المحمدية يا الله، محمدية يا الله. اللهم انصر هذه الأمة، اللهم انصر هذه الأمة، اللهم حافظ واحمي انصر الأبرياء يا الله، الأبرياء الله الذين قتلوا بأنهم يقولون لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. اللهم انصرهم واحميهم يا الله، وحافظ عليهم يا الله، وعلى بيوتهم يا الله، وعلى مؤسساتهم يا الله، على مساجدهم يا الله، على مدارسهم يا الله، على 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 هذا الشعب الطيب يا الله، شعب الكريم يا الله، شعب الرحيم، والشعب يعني المناضل يا الله. اللهم انصرهم، اللهم انصرهم، اللهم انصرهم. اللهم اجعل في أبصارنا يا الله نورا، وفي أسماعنا نورا، وعلى ألسنتنا نورا، وفي قلوبنا نورا، وفي جلدنا نورا، وفي دمنا نورا، وفي لحمنا نورا، وفي عظامنا نورا، وفي شعرنا نورا، وبين أيدينا نورا، ومن خلفنا نورا، وعن أيماننا نورا، عن شمائلنا نورا، وفوقنا نورا، وتحتنا نورا. اللهم اجعل لنا جميعا أنوارا نمشي بها في ظلمة هذه الدنيا يا الله. اللهم إنا نعوذ بك من الهم والحزن، ونعوذ بك من العجز والكسل، ونعوذ بك من الجبن والبخل، ونعوذ بك من الجبن والبخل، ونعوذ بك من الجبن والبخل، ونعوذ بك من عين لا تدمع، ونعوذ بك من عين لا تدمع، ونعوذ بك من عين لا تدمع، ونعوذ بك من قلب لا يخشى، ونعوذ بك من قلب لا نخشى لا يخشع، ونعوذ بك من قلب لا يخشع، ونعوذ بك من نفس لا تشبع، ونعوذ بك من نفس لا تشبع، ونعوذ بك من نفس لا تشبع، ونعوذ بك من دعاء لا يسمع، ونعوذ بك من دعاء لا يسمع، ونعوذ بك من دعاء لا يسمع. يا الله يا الله يا الله نسألك باسمك الأعظم يا الله أن تحرر فلسطين يا الله، أن تحرر فلسطين يا الله، أن تحرر فلسطين يا الله وبلاد المسلمين كلهم جميعا يا الله. أنت مولانا فانصرنا للقوم الكافرين يا الله. نسألك ذلك باسمك العظيم يا الله يا الله يا الله يا الله يا الله. استجب لنا يا الله، استجبنا لنا يا الله، استجب لنا يا الله. اللهم حرر فلسطين يا الله. أنت رب العالمين وأنت على كل شيء قدير، وقولك إذا أردت شيئا يا الله أن تقول له كن فيكون. فقل يا الله فلسطين كن محررا يا الله. قل هذا يا الله. نسألك ذلك يا الله بحبك لنبيك محمد يا الله يا الله يا الله يا الله يا الله. فاجعلنا يا الله من خير أنصارهم يا الله، من خير أنصارهم يا الله، من خير أنصارهم يا الله يا الله يا الله يا الله. أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. الفاتحة. الله